All right. High income copywriters. I'm going to do a quick mic check first. Just want to make sure that everyone can hear me loud and clear. So please type into the Discord chat that you can hear me loud and clear. Okay, I see Eric says loud and clear. Loud and clear. Okay, good. Now, who is ready for class number 7, your graduation class? Comment in Discord and let me know, how do you feel? How are we doing? See, great. Ready? Let's do this. Awake? That's good. Excited? Okay, good. Now, I do quickly want to say a big congratulations. Now, we still have to go through your graduation class and maybe, possibly, a bonus class. We'll see. We'll see about that. But you have made it this far already. And this is just the beginning. So I do quickly want to say a big congratulations because you have been putting in the work, putting in the hours, and now we are here. Class number 7. Now, if you're ready and excited to start off today's class, then let's see some energy in the chat. Let's see some yeses in there. Yes. Okay, good. Well, without further ado, let me bring on Sergeant Desmond Soon.
Graduation class, welcome, you've made it. It is now week 7. Where has the time gone? Look at how much you have grown. Do you mind if I take you back down memory lane for just a moment? Who can remember when you first signed up, when you first even discovered there was a high income skill called copywriting? Type in the chat, let me know what went through your mind that moment, that day when you pressed the buy button or the sign up button and you were nervous. Right in the chat, now as a copywriter, how did you feel at that moment? Curiosity, nervous.
Adam says I was so excited.
It's very normal to feel a bit nervous. It's we are embarking on a new journey. You might have even thought to yourself, am I making a right choice? Oh man, I don't have the money to spend here, or maybe I shouldn't be spending. Is this going to really help me? And then you joined the community and you saw these people, we call ourselves brothers and sisters. And you probably thought, oh man, these are, who are these people? Why is everyone making all these videos? Why is everyone so happy? Why is everyone so positive? Type in the chat. Let me know. I mean, was that you? It's okay to be that. It's okay to be a little bit skeptical. Or maybe even, you were the observer. You're looking and seeing what was happening. And then class 1 came. Right? And then you started to discover, and there was a lot of mindset. There was a lot of things that happened, but well done. You participated, whether it was to shoot your videos or it was to send in your assignments. Your hand hurt. How many of you went through pens like I did? Ink cartridges that I did. And now everything is copywriting. Now your whole world, fast forward ahead 7 weeks. Do you remember how we talked about emptying your cup and just putting aside the ego, learning? By doing that, no one can ever take away this skill. So we're about to embark. We're not quite there yet. It is class 7. And I am looking at the number of participants. You do have a few more minutes. Quickly send messages to those who may be missing today's class. Send it to your brothers and sisters. You know them better now. You know them. Tag them. Reach out to them on Messenger. Let them know class is starting. Tonight is going to be mind-blowing. This is going to tie in everything. It is going to equip you. It's going to give you a skill that you will carry with you for the rest of your life. You may even pass it on for generations to your kids, to your relatives, and you will talk about the day that you made that decision and how it impacted your life. Can you see that? Can you feel it? So with that energy in mind, let us bring on our mentor, your mentor, Sifu Dan Locke.
Whoa, Sifu feels dangerous today. I feel dangerous. Every single time I teach a class, Sifu is on, giving 100%. Today, I'm in the zone. I can feel it. Extra on. That's what this is. So tonight is the graduation class, class 7. You've been working very hard for the last 7 weeks, learning a skill, hand copying a lot of sales letters, learning a lot of different concepts. Class 7, we're going to tie everything together. It's almost like I feel like I'm like a parent, like a dad, before the kid goes to college. Some of the key lessons I want to share with you before I send you out there to the cruel world, right? Working with clients, closing deals, writing copy, producing results. So we are going to talk about income multiplying secrets, how to maximize your income in minimum time as a copywriter. So we are going to talk a lot about money, how to make it, how to multiply it, how to keep it, and taking everything you've learned in the last 7 weeks and putting all together. So by the time you graduate tonight, you will know exactly what to do, what you need to focus on, how not to get distracted, how to not get off track. So this is how I feel tonight. So I'm excited. Tonight there will be some extra ass kicking. There will be a lot of tough love tonight. So if you think usually each class, see if there's a lot of ass kicking, well, expect we're going to get a lot more. Like I said, I'm on. And the tough love is not to hurt you, but to help you, to get you prepared mentally, skill-wise, to get it out there, to push, right? Because when you get out there, when you're working with business owners, when you're working with clients, it's not always going to be easy now, is it? Put in the chat. Is it always going to be easy? No. Does that mean that you will never make a mistake? Does that mean you will not get rejected? Does that mean each client would pay you on time? Does that mean no clients will ever take advantage of you? No. Like, this is real life, right? We're out there, we're working with business owners, entrepreneurs. So before I get into it, Steven wants to share with you the 5 deadly mistakes. When I say deadly, it means that this is what kills a lot of new graduates' career. This is the difference between someone making it as a high-income copywriter and not making it. Every single person goes through the class and you learn a lot, right? You go through a lot of different things. You've learned, how many of you learned a lot in the last 7 weeks? Right? And overwhelmed. And that's good. Learning is good, but when you go out there and when you apply, when you hit some resistance, these are the mistakes that I see new graduates make. Again and again, by the way. Again and again. It's very interesting. There are many ways to succeed. There are many ways to succeed as a copywriter. There are many paths, right? Many different ways you could utilize your skill to be successful. But I believe there are only a handful of reasons why most people fail. So by knowing what causes failures, how does that help you? Put in the chat. By knowing why people fail. Why is it good to know? You could avoid it. Yes. Make less mistakes. Yes. And I know I'm going to share with you, you're still going to make a fucking mistake. Hopefully not all 5 of them. Hopefully not all 5. How about just like half, 1, and not all 5? Because I know I'll say it and you will still do it. Stephen knows too well. Too well. I would say it, you will learn it, and I'll see in the Facebook group a couple months later, and then you post, and you're like, yeah, remember class 7, see what talks about mistake number 3. Brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, listen to Sifu. Here's a mistake, and then you're gonna share your story. Okay, I see this too often. And then you remind all your brothers and sisters, just listen, right? Just listen. Check it on, check it off. Just listen, right? Just be coachable, right? Mistake number one, you wait too long to get the first gig. You wait too long to get your first gig. Why? Now, how many of you have had some of these conversations in your mind? By the time you graduate, you say to yourself, when you're talking to a client, well, I charge $5,000. $5K, not a penny less. Because I'm a high-income copywriter. I charge for what I'm worth. No, I'm new at this, but I'm going to charge higher than anybody else. Yeah, because I'm a high-income copywriter, you know. I deserve more pay, you know. But what it actually is, it is a self-sabotage behavior. If you are brand new, you've got no experience yet, yes, you have taken a course. Great. But when you go out there, you still need to get experience now, don't you? You got to get your feet wet, right? You got to practice. You got to kind of build up that portfolio, yes? Although you're already doing it. But I see my students, and they take certain things that Sifu said out of context and say, oh, but see what you say, I should charge more, and I'm a high-income copywriter. When you've got the chops, when you've got the skills. You know why some of them charge like brand new, green, don't know anything yet. And they go out there and what they charge just more than anybody else. I'm not going to lower my price. Do you know why they do that? It's not ego. It is fucking fear of success. Because they actually deep down don't want to be hired. Because if they get hired, now they got to fucking deliver. They can fucking deliver. So they make sure they don't fail. And not, how do you make sure you don't fail? You don't even play the game. And how to make sure you don't play the game? You get your price so high, so ridiculous, no one would hire you. So then it's not my fault. It's the client's not willing to pay me. That's the truth. So it is not a high self-esteem behavior. It is a fucking low self-esteem behavior. That's what it is. Does that make sense? Isn't that the truth? Put truth in the chat. And that's what it is. What do we want to do? We want to get the first couple gigs. Sifu wasn't charging $10,000 overnight, was that? The first gig, a few $100s. So don't have this posture of, and I'm not talking about being needy. There's a whole different thing. And we're going to talk about that. I'm talking about, we got to get in the game. You're waiting too long to get in the game. It's like people who have been single for so many years and they say, I got to find that perfect, Mr. Right, right? That perfect partner, that perfect girl, right? I want him to be like this. I want her to be like that, right? I want her to be this tall. I want him to be making this much money. And guess what? They die lonely. Still waiting. How the fuck would you know who is good and who is not good if you don't date? You got to be willing to make some mistakes. Oh, but I don't want to put myself out there. Good. You'll die lonely. Oh, what if he's not the right one? What if she's not the right one? You'll die lonely. You see how much like this lower self mental bullshit that we have? Wait too long. Wait too long. And then we have the other scenario, which I'm talking to you. The other end of the continuum. Well, see if I'll practice more before I actually take on clients. Let me hand copy another 525 pages, right? I want to make sure I can write headline 285 different ways and 591 bullet variations before I work with clients. The perfectionist. So why do some of the students do this? Why do they want to get so perfect, so skilled? It is the same shit. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of success. Probably fear of success more than fear of failure. Because in order for you to feel comfortable to take on a client, you want to feel like, okay, I can definitely, deliver that I won't fail. I won't look stupid because I don't want to look stupid. I'd rather be broke, but I don't want to look stupid though. So you wait. Here's the problem. What's the problem with this approach? How the hell are you going to get good if you don't work with clients? How are you going to learn how to swim if you walk on the land? You got to get in the water. That's how you learn. That's how this business works. You could practice, and we will practice. We will learn. You need to do that while, write this down, while, big bracket please, while you're working with clients. This is not fucking 4 year of university. This is not, I learned 4 years, then I'll apply this stuff. No. You learn and you apply as you go. And because you're applying, when you apply, do you learn faster? Yes or no? Do the lessons sink in faster? Yeah. Can you pivot? Can you change? Can you improve? Doesn't mean you won't make mistakes. Of course you'll make mistakes. Mistakes are good. And at the end of the day, you'll see, as civil teachers tonight, the client doesn't care if you make mistakes. Do you know why? Because they can't tell the fucking difference. They don't know what you and I know. They don't know the difference between good email and bad email. They don't know. That's why they hire you. They don't know anything. So if they don't know anything, how could they judge? But yet we hear like worry, fear. Oh, let me make sure. So what if I don't appear to know what I'm talking about? Oh, then they would see that I actually don't know what I'm talking about. They would know that I'm actually not a good copywriter. Oh my God, right? What would people think of me? Forget that shit. Procrastination is the killer of prosperity. Poor people procrastinate. Poor people say someday. Rich people say today. You never get more in life by saying no. You could only get more in life by saying yes. By seizing the opportunity. You know why you're where you are, not where you want to be? You procrastinate. You've been putting off too long. How long have you been putting off even enrolling, joining our family, joining HTC, HIC? Any one of the programs? You saw it, you've been thinking about it. A month, 2 months, 3 months, 5 months. You waited, how much time you've wasted. Think about it. This is how much time you've wasted. So don't buy into what your lower self is saying because of the conditioning of, oh yeah, because here's the thing. Can I teach you something very, very critical? Your lower self precedes anything that's like present, immediate action as danger. Because your lower self doesn't like change. And anything that's sudden, it appears to be fearful. So lower self doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. because it means that you are not doing what you normally do, because human beings, we are creatures of habits. Your lower self only has one purpose. The purpose is a survival mechanism, is to keep you where you're at. And it does a great fucking job, doesn't it? To keep you exactly where you're at. And it would do all sorts of funny things, destructive things, to make sure that you stay where you're at. Even it makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. But the whole job is to make sure you do not change. You stay where you're at. In other words, it's really designed to fuck you up. Financially speaking. It doesn't want you to get better. Your higher self wants you to get better. Your higher self wants you to take a new action. Your higher self wants to take on that adventure, wants to feel alive, wants to do something different. Your lower self, no. Don't change. Don't move. Do the same thing. Do the same thing. No. Ooh, don't do that. Okay, wait. Take your time. It's okay. Take your time. That's what lower self is designed to do. With this particular skill set, you can make a great income while you're learning how to become a good copywriter. This is the plan. Put in a chat. That's my plan. That's my plan. That's your plan. That's our plan. I'll say that one more time. This is not. You learn 4 years. Okay, now you can earn income. Seafood doesn't teach that. This is, you learn a little bit, get some income coming in, you learn some little bit, you get some more income coming in, you learn a little bit more, you become better, you get more income coming in. This is the plan. So don't wait. You do not need to wait. No waiting. Put in the chat, no waiting. No waiting. We do not wait. High income copywriters, we don't wait. And you don't procrastinate. And as a copywriter, we project our own values when we're writing copy. If we are procrastinators, don't be surprised, by the way. When you write copy, no one buys shit. Because it projects through your written words. It's an energy transfer. You wonder how come the people looking at your copy, how come they delay? How come they want to think about it? How come they procrastinate? How come they don't take action? Because you don't fucking take action. Closing is the same thing on the phone. I teach all my closers. Right? Oh, how come I always get the price objection? Because you're fucking cheap. That's why. Because you don't invest in yourself. How do you expect other people to invest in the program, invest in the product? You project your own insecurities. You project your price resistance onto the prospects. And you wonder why. I teach all my closers. On the phone, if you get someone always telling you, yeah, I want to think about it, that's you. When you buy something, you always said, oh, I need to think about it. You're not decisive, they're not decisive. It's always a reflection. It's always a reflection. And you wonder why, like when you make offers as a copywriter, why don't people take action? Because you don't take action. $100%. Look in the mirror. The first dollar you earn is the most important dollar you'll ever earn as a copywriter. I remember the first dollar that I earned, the first couple $100. A few $100. It felt so good. Why did it feel so good? Imagine you earning, if you haven't already done so, that first gig, that first PayPal, right? That first down payment, whatever it is. I don't care about the amount. How good that feels. Like, wow, like this is incredible, right? This is crazy. And I thought it was crazy. I thought, why would people pay me? A guy who couldn't speak perfect English, who speak broken English. Oh, anybody pay me to write something? I never graduated from university. Why would you pay me? Pay me anything. It's like, I wouldn't even pay me. That's how low Steven's self-esteem was. I wouldn't even pay me. That's why I was surprised someone would pay me. Because I'm like, I'm not going to hire me, right? Because I knew my skill wasn't good. But it didn't stop me from earning that first dollar. So your most important job when you graduate, if you haven't already done so, you should have already done so if you actually follow the steps. But if this is still on the fence, that you haven't taken the action, you still procrastinate or being a perfectionist, is earning the first dollar. Because the minute you earn the first dollar, something happens in your mind, something happens in your brain. Your brain is now telling you, interesting. You've actually earned your first buck. That's it. That's what you want. You want your lower self to go, maybe you could do this. And you earn your next dollar, next $2, next $10, next $20. Interesting. Maybe you could actually do this. And before you know it, you get your second, third, fourth gig. Now you have developed that new self-image as a copywriter. And then your lower self would be, oh, maybe you are a copywriter. Maybe I misjudge. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you could do this. Maybe you are good at this. And you look at the lower self like, fuck you, I am very good at it. This makes sense. So don't wait until you're ready to take action. Say with me, take action to be ready. Don't wait until you are ready to take action. Take action to be ready. You need to take action to be ready. Don't wait to get ready. You'll never be quote unquote be ready enough. You just need to, how do you know you're ready? You get the first client. When I joined Toastmasters, when I had the goal, had the idea that when, you know what, maybe someday I will be a professional speaker. So I belonged to a Toastmaster club called Metro Speakers back in the days. See if it wants to improve my English, reduce my accent. So I went to this club and I joined the club, and after a number of months, and I elevated, I was immersing myself into, like I was attending every week, actually, and I even went to another club. I went to 2 clubs per week, honing my skills, just wanting to improve my English. That's it. And it hit me like, you know what? Maybe someday I could inspire and motivate just other people, because I love the feeling of being able to evoke change in other people's lives, right? Because I felt that maybe we teach what we most need, right? What we desperately need. And I felt that if I could help other people through my communication skill, just how wonderful would that be? And within the club, there were a number of people, because a lot of them actually very, very, way better speakers than Sifu back in the day. Like you have professionals, you have lawyers, you have business people, you have a couple people like actually very, very good, right? And English is their first language. And I would talk with them at a time, and we would talk about, I would love to be able to actually be a professional speaker. And a few other people say, I would love to be a professional speaker. Wouldn't that be great? And then we talk about it. And they even went on to won a number of awards. Like we have like speaker award competition, all that. I was too afraid to join. I didn't join any one of them because I was afraid to fail. And I thought I would never win anyway. So why bother? They're so good. They were all way better than me. They were all better. And fast forward a few years later, I did my first gig. I got paid. Because what's the difference between a professional speaker and a non-professional speaker? What's the difference? A professional speaker gets paid. That's the only difference. It has nothing to do with the skills. It has to do with a professional speaker makes a living speaking. And I got paid first time. And look at all the other members who said they would be nice. They've got way better skills. They had a jump start. The English is way better. Guess how many of them ever make a living speaking? None. Zero. Big fat zero. Because they have more talents, they have more resources, they have more reasons to succeed, but they didn't. I had none. I didn't have the background, I didn't have the language, didn't have the know-how, but I did. And fast forward today, impacting tens of millions of people with the skill that I learned so many years ago. I was actually in Toronto, and speaking at an event. And after the event, a lady approached me, and she looked familiar. And she's like, "Hey, Dan, remember this is Bonnie." I said, "Bonnie, like it doesn't register. We were in the same club." "What club?" "Toastmasters." "Oh yes, oh yes. How are you?" Right. So I just finished speaking in my red suit to like a few thousand people, and was Seth Godin was the other speaker. So I was signing books. He was standing next to me, and she was like, "Oh my God, I remember! Holy shit! So happy for you that congratulations on your success. I remember back in the day you said you wanted to be a professional speaker." I said, "Yeah, yes, I remember that." It's incredible because Sifu didn't wait. I wasn't waiting to get ready. I just do it. Is that a smooth, like selling from the beginning? Hell no. I remember first time I did an event. First time, my own event, not a lot of people staged, my own event, I had 3 people showed up. 3, including my mom. At Salmon Hotel in Vancouver, 3 people. Me, my mom, and 2 other people. The first time I did an event. And actually, I didn't do the event. I just took the 2 people. I said, "Let's go to the pub. Let's just talk." Because there's no point of me speaking to like 2 people. So we just chat. Congratulations, thank you for coming, and here we go. You get some one-on-one time here. Right? Did it stop me? No. But that's where I came from. So don't look at, see, now speaks a big stage and talk to so many people. 3 people, Salmon Hotel. That's where I started. Most people would have quit. First time I ever offered something from stage. Alan gave me the opportunity. On stage, I was the backup speaker. You know what a backup speaker is? So the event from 9 to 5, it's finished. I go up there trying to get people to stay. I would go up there 5:15. As Sifu was walking up the stage, half the people was leaving the room. Just picture in your mind, when you go on stage, when you wanted to speak, half the fucking room are leaving. How do you feel? And as you go on, every little bit, more people stand up and leaving. And by the time you're done, you've got like 20%, 30% of the room. And then I made the offer. No one moved. No one bought. 0. Zeroed. Sifu has no advantage over you. The only advantage I have is I took massive action and I didn't give up. Not talent, not resources, none of those things. Because most people, how many would agree? Most people, if they gone through that, they would have quit. And the same thing with closing, same thing with every single skill that I have. massive amount of action, massive amount of rejections. And that's the difference. That's the difference. So don't look at what skill, what Sifa's created today. Oh, it was so good if I have just a fraction of Sifa's skills. You could. You just need to follow through. Mistake number 2, as a beginner, you will try to use too many techniques, too many copywriting techniques. Why? Because you're excited. You're new. It's like a kid in the candy land. And you want to show off. You try to cram 20 benefits in the fucking headline. You make your offer so complicated no one would understand. Oh, let me use this technique. Let me use that technique. Oh, I'm going to use this headline. Oh, let me combine this headline, right? You think it's like Lego or something, right? And then it doesn't look like anything. Because it's fun. I know it's fun when you first learn. How many of you understand what I'm talking about, right? It's fun when you first learn the techniques. You should try to use them all, right? But then we forgot why we are using the techniques. Why are we doing it? Not just because of using the techniques, but the outcome is to make that sale, right? To close that deal, to get that purchase. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. So there are 5 stages that you go through. Write this down. First, you got to know something. So from not knowing copywriting, don't even know how many of you don't know what copywriting actually is before class 1? You think you have an idea, but you actually have no fucking clue. Not really sure, right? No idea. Great, right? You got to first, okay, now you know. Do you now know? Yes or no? Right? Now, once you know it, then you got to be able to do it. So you know it, it's great, but can you do it? Can you actually write? That's doing it. Once you know how to do it, let's say you know how to write the headline, how to bullet, how to write all that. The next stage is, do you understand it? Because just because you're writing it, you're hand copying the letter, it doesn't mean you understand it. You with me? Doing something doesn't mean you understand it. They're 2 different things. Understanding it means you know the why behind the technique. It's like, how many of you remember when you were in school, maybe in university, you're doing the homework, like what the professor assigned, and you're doing the homework, but you have no fucking clue what it actually is. You're just memorizing it. You're doing it, but you don't understand it at all. So you could do it, but you don't understand it. You don't understand exactly how that works, right? You're memorizing the math, the calculus, right? That class. You're doing the homework. You're passing the grades, but people ask you, they question, what does it mean? Like behind, like the reason, the understanding of it. No, I don't know. I don't get it. Right? So can you see, doing doesn't equal understanding? Yes or no? But just because you understand it then, doesn't mean that you own it. Now you understand it. You know the reason why. You know how it works, the mechanics. Now you got to own it. Owning it means that this is yours, that you could do it. You could perform. You could create. Like you own that skill now. This is your skill. Like this is my high income skill. And this takes time. Can you see this takes time? So sometimes I see the mistake some of my mentees make is they simply are doing it, but they think they own it. Their awareness is not even high enough to know the difference. They don't know the difference. Their awareness is not there. They thought, oh yeah, I own this. No, you don't. And then the next stage is you become it. That means you don't even think about it anymore. It's all part of you. So I'll give you a perfect martial art example to give you some clarity. Would that be helpful? Okay. So let's say you don't know any martial art. First, you don't know anything, you don't know any martial art. Zero. No experience, no background, right? You don't know it. Now you join a dojo. You pick a martial art style. Now from not knowing, now you join a dojo. Now you know it. Okay, now you put on the uniform, right? You put on the white belt and you're learning. Okay, and now the Sifu is coming and say, hey, okay, all right, first class, I'm going to teach you how to stand. Okay, you should stand this way. Okay, all right, Sifu. Okay, feet apart, right? Shoulders wide. Okay, lower your center of gravity. Okay, all right. Okay, hit this bag, and you're like, boom, right? Okay, hit this bag again, and boom, you're hitting the bag. Okay, come on again, boom, right? You're doing it. Doesn't mean you understand it. You just, Sifu tells me to do that, I do that, right? You don't understand it. After a while, right? Then you might have a question, Sifu, why do I have to lower my center of gravity? And your Sifu fucking pushes you and you fall down because of that. Oh, okay. That's why you lower. And then see the difference? I want you to kind of stand tall and hit this back and boom, and then lower center of gravity and hit this back. Boom. Ooh, you see how it's more powerful? Yeah, because you can use more torque in your body weight to transfer from your shoulder, your feet to your punch. So do you now understand? Okay, now I understand. Now you're understanding it. Does that make sense? So you're doing it. You didn't really know why, because Sifu tells me to do so, right? Now you understand. Okay, that's why I need to do it. This why I don't have too wide of a stance or too narrow of a stance. That's the perfect balance. I said exactly, right? Now you understand it. So now I put you with your, let's say, sparring buddy, sister or brother. You put on the protective gear. I said, now let's use the technique you've been learning for the last few months. Let's spar in a safe environment. Okay, I want you to spar with each other. Okay, guess what? All your fucking techniques go out the window. You forgot your stance. You forgot the way you punch. You forgot everything. You understand it? And then you're jumping up and down. You're like, you're like anything but what you learn in class. You're just dodging shit, right? Your hands are down, right? Why? Because you don't own it yet. You understand the technique. You don't own it. Like it's not natural for you yet. And then once you become it, now after how many sessions, how long of a training and diligent, consistent training, suddenly now, okay, what's becoming it? Becoming it is now, okay, let's go, let's spar. You don't hit, just like Bruce Lee said, it hits all by itself. You train it tens of thousands of times. You will throw the right punch at the right time in the right target without thinking. You are part of the weapons, right? You are part of the art, right? Someone grabs you, you know exactly how to redirect. Someone throw a punch, you know how to block, how to counter. There's no thought, because by the time you're thinking about it, it's too late. But you trust your training and body so much, you don't need to think about it. You know your body will do the right thing at the right time. That's becoming it. So when someone thinks, a copywriter thinks, I own it, no, you're barely doing it. You don't own it. Because until you can do it with no thinking, you don't own it. And owning to becoming, that's a big fucking gap. There's a gap. So put in the chat where you are. Honestly, where are you at if you think about martial art? From not knowing to learning the stance, you've thrown the little punch, right? How confident you put on that protective gear and say, let's spar. So whenever you know you are stuck, just look at this where you're at. And we have to always be very, very honest. And you find that in the beginning when you're sparring, you feel very inadequate. How come I can't use any of the techniques? How come my foot doesn't move the way I want it to move? How come my hand doesn't hit the way I like? Your brain is thinking about something, but your body doesn't listen. It doesn't follow. Right? It's like it totally talk about this is coordination. This is the opposite of coordination. You want to go left, your body goes right. Right? You want to move, your body just like freeze. Just freeze. And then you throw in an extra element, take out the protective gear, I put you in street, suddenly you're walking down in the alley at night. Someone jumps on you. No protective gear. Can you react at that moment where your heart is pumping? When there's real danger, do you trust your body still then to react? And that's all training. This is all training. That's why you bleed in a dojo. Don't bleed in the street. That's what I'm talking about. So it's not where you think you are is not where you're at. Because see if we introduce a different element, it throw you off your game. The minute I introduce what if it's raining? What if it's snowing? You see how all the stuff that you do, like that's why people who trained wearing uniform, they don't know how to fight without uniform. Because they always have that uniform. Like the judo practitioners, they always wear the gi, right? People can grab on the uniform, the gi, when it's uniform, they can throw them. Well, someone on the street, you can't grab on a t-shirt, it tears them apart. You cannot use the uniform as leverage. Now things have to change. And that's the difference. As Bruce Lee said, any technique, however worthy and desirable, becomes a disease when the mind is obsessed with it. Everybody says with me. It's not about the technique. Yes, we want to learn the technique, but it's just to get us to the next step. But we're not obsessive with the technique. We're obsessive with outcome. Write this down. Be obsessive with outcome, not the technique. You can't get to the outcome without the technique. And that's why you learn a lot of things. You learn a lot of things. When you get to Bruce Lee's level, right? It's not a daily increase, it's daily decrease. It's now getting rid of stuff that matters less. That's why he said, I fear not the man who knows 10,000 ways to kick. I fear the man who knows one kick and practice 10,000 times, right? You learn this technique, you learn that technique, you learn that technique. You learn a bunch of stuff, then you got to decrease it. Which, by the way, this is not a few months process. This is years, decades process. That's how mastery is. They learn a lot of things. They learn a lot, just like Bruce, learn a lot of different arts, right? Judo, kickboxing, boxing, Thai boxing, Filipino martial art, Chinese martial art, and then later on develop his own style, right? Jeet Kune Do, which is the way of the intercepting fist, and he simplifies all these techniques into what he thinks is the best for him, not for everybody else, just for him. Just for him. And that's what Sifu is obsessive with. I love this. I love the self-discovery, the self-growth process. I love the hacking away process. Because I learn a lot about myself. The difference is I express that through commerce. This is my art form. I express that through commerce. It's no difference. No different than a painter. No different than someone who is a sculptor. It's the same. I build things. I build businesses, brands. That's my art. It just happens the art makes a lot of money, which is fine, which is great. But that's my art form. So why do you try to cram so many techniques into your copy? Put in the chat. Why do we try to cram so many techniques into our copy? To look smart, to look cool, ego, to show off, fancy. Fear of not being good enough. Daniel, yes. Sarah, we don't know what will work, so try everything. Yes. No confidence. Yes. Matthew, yep. Mm-hmm. Because you lack self-confidence and self-esteem. Because if you are confident in your ability, you don't need so many techniques. You know exactly what technique needs to be used at what time. You won't question yourself. You won't try to cram everything in, just make sure that it works. No. If you know, it's like, if I know my technique works, I don't need to throw 20 punches. I do one strike. If like I'm confident, if I can hit, if this is a punch that I've been practicing, and I know, like example, I'll give you a little secret, right? I train, when I hit, I always practice, I've got a little dummy at home, right? Bob, I always practice either the eye or the throat. So I either hit the eye, finger jab, or I hit the throat. I never hit the chin, I never hit the head. My punch, my fist goes to the other guy's throat, because you cannot lift barbell with the throat. It doesn't take a whole lot to break that. I don't care how big the guy is. He could be 250 pounds. I hit his throat, he would drop. He would not be able to breathe. I can go home safely. So that's all I train. I train a few things. And I'm confident if it's within my range or not even within my range, I can hit that target. And I can, if you're in front of me, we can have and we've played this with Desmond before. And I said, I'm gonna touch your eyes. I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna touch your eyes. I'm telling him I'm gonna touch your eyes. You ready? And I will touch it. I said, I'll do it again. I'm gonna touch it. You ready? I'm gonna touch it.
And Sifu hit hard.
Right? So it's I'm telling you I'm gonna do it. It still can't block it because that's what I practice, right? So forget people who don't know that I'm gonna do it. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do it. You ready? Are you sure you're ready? And boom, right? This is, if someone is caught by surprise, then I don't need to think about, I'm gonna do 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and my body will react anyway. I know this would hit. So you see, why do I need so many techniques? Oh, what if he blocks that? No, he's not gonna fucking block. I know he's not gonna fucking block it. Because I can tell you I can still hit it. He's not gonna block it. Because he cannot see coming the way we train. It bypasses the division, right? I don't come to the side, I come underneath. Right? You don't see it. And that's the difference. See, when you're confident about your techniques, you will not need so many techniques. I got this one technique. It's like, you know, it's gonna come, it's coming, it's gonna hit you. You don't know it's coming, it's gonna hit you. You're gonna block, it's gonna hit you. It makes no difference. It's the same thing. Like this thing, right? I don't need a backup technique. This is my technique. And plus, I already practiced the backup technique. If you actually, by some accident thing that you block, no problem. Another thing is coming. And then you can see the second thing that's coming, right? That's the difference. Can you see how that, because of the lack of self-esteem and confidence, that you try to cram so many techniques, and if you do have confidence, you wouldn't need to overdo it. You would just use enough, just like when you're cooking, right? Too much salt is no good, just enough salt, right? You get a taste. That's the difference. Mistake number 3, turning into a know-it-all skeptic. And I made this mistake. This is definitely speaking. See, we're speaking from experience here. Okay. After I learned copywriting, marketing, I saw the world differently. Now I'm seeing the world with a copywriter's lens. I see the ad. I see the sales message. I see how things are being sold, right? How things is marketed. I see the world differently. And because of my personality, it could get quite extreme, where then I try to analyze everything that's out there, right? Everything that's out there. And I was dating, right, with Jenny, and we'd go on dates and go to dinners, and we'd walk into things, and I would always talk about, because my mind is always turning, right? And we'd go into a restaurant and we'd sit down, and I would talk about business, right? The waiter would come, give us the menu, and I would look at it, and I would start talking about, hey, honey, baby, what do you want to, look at this menu. I'm already, look at the copy, right? Look at how they feature the specials. Look at how they do the pricing. And I would explain this to Jenny, right? Look at how they use the color, right? Look at this page. Look at how they use the visual, right? And look at how they put this there. Look at how they put these in after, like these are the things in the back, in the back pages, right? It's always, and after that, and I would look at, you see how the waiter is trying to upsell us on the wine, the script that he was using, right? And I was explaining to Jenny, look at this place, right? Opens to this time. I bet certain time, this is the hours, this is the off hours, this is the earning per square footage, this is the rent, this is the labor cost, right? This is the renovation cost, this is the cash flow that I think is happening. And let me tell you 20 things I could come up with if I own this business to improve it. That was me, right? And then finally, after a few dates, Jenny would be like, stop this shit, right? Can we just have a nice meal, right? He said, can't you just turn it off? And I said, what do you mean? Turn it off. Like, don't think about these things. How about just enjoy a nice meal? I said, but this, like my mind, I can't turn it off, right? I didn't even realize it was on, but it was on all the time, right? Because I want to be a sponge. I want to learn as much as I could. And Jenny taught me to just enjoy the moment. So I believe that you could actually be a great copywriter, but still enjoy buying and being sold. Right? That you don't need to be this skeptic. Right? I can go in there, I can just buy something. Right? I could just, hey, I can just be a happy consumer. Right? I don't need to analyze every single damn thing the minute I walk into a store. Right? Just like, hey, you know what? I'm being a consumer. I enjoy being sold, and that's it. Right? That's it. Like, I don't need to think about it. I don't want to overanalyze it. And I'm suggesting, you do the same. Right? That you don't think about it. That just, hey. And as a good copywriter, as a good closer in print, when you see something, like when you see a little nice sales page, how many of you get excited? You see a little offer and you're like, yeah, that's cool. Right? That's nice. Right? Yeah, like that's compelling. That's just nice. Like that's a nice guarantee, or that's a nice offer, right? Yeah. But you can just, okay, yeah, I'll buy it. It's cool. You don't need to be, this person is using the headline and using this to try to sell me. No, you're like, I'll buy it. That's cool. You know what I'm talking about?
Actually, Seafood, true story on that. It's funny because with my wife as well too, recently, she signed my kids up for some coding class again. And, I just get the WhatsApp message because she used my phone number. And I just sent her a text message. I said, let me guess. You saw some ads, you got retargeted. They said this, they said that. You went for the free trial and then you got hooked in. And she just says, yes, how did you know? I said, I'm thinking in copy now.
Yes, that's right.
But I would have bought.
Right. Yeah. So we don't need to be a skeptic, that we could still enjoy the process. And I think that's probably one of the most important things I want you to get, especially after you graduate, because you could be go very extreme and then you don't enjoy buying anymore because you look at everything as copy, as technique, as you don't want to do that. It's just like learning martial art, right? When you learn it the wrong way, you could be very violent, right? You could be like everybody, because you could train, and I've seen it and I did it for a period of time. You train to a point where you walk out to the walk on the street, you feel threatened. You feel any minute someone's going to jump, right? Someone's going to hit you. So you're very, very like highly sensitive, almost on the edge. You're like, what's happening? Who's this guy? Why is he getting closer? Right? What about that? Right? You would look at that, and that to me is not very healthy, because you get a little bit paranoid, right? So it's not good. And with Jenny, when we first was again first dating, it was like some 12, 13 years ago. There was a period of time I was like that, and this is total by accident. So we would be like going to the mall, and we'd say, okay, no, you go your way, I go my way, and then we'll meet up, right? And then I'll be waiting for her, and she would like pat me on my shoulders, like on my back. And one time, I actually accidentally kicked her by accident, right? Because someone touched, boom, I just hit, right? And then she doesn't touch me from behind anymore, right? And it was totally by accident, because my body just reacts, right? And it's not good, right? And just like my body reacts a certain way. So that's too extreme, right? And I feel so sorry, I apologize, right? But it's just that, right? And she didn't know there's my training. It reacts this kind of way, right? And yes, poor Jenny. And I feel so bad, so bad. So don't be a skeptic. You can still enjoy buying, enjoy selling, right? You can do both, right? Like just don't, yeah. And here's the thing: don't approach me from behind. Just don't. Yes, and from a distance, waving, hey, seafood. Like don't be, hey, like no. I'm telling you, a back fist is coming to your face. Seriously. And it's just my body. It just does it because I trained that way, right? That I trained to react. So there's no thinking, right? Someone touches, someone whatever, your body just floats, right? Another Bruce Lee quote: give up thinking as though not giving it up. Observe techniques as though not observing. I'll say that one more time. Give up thinking as though not giving it up. Observe techniques as though not observing. Let this sink in for a bit. So you are learning, but you're not overthinking about it. You're not thinking, but you are thinking. That's why I like to study Bruce's work and how it affect me in copywriting, in business, in marketing. Because to me, it's the same. It's the same. Just like closing. You don't want to be focusing on, oh, let me focus on line number 5, script page 2. No. You just observe. Is this sinking in? Is this making sense? Put yes. Good. Could you see yourself possibly, if Sifu didn't remind you, you might make some of these mistakes if Sifu didn't remind you? Just the first three so far. And could you see how these mistakes could be very costly, in fact, deadly to your career? Very costly. Mistake number 4, thinking you know better, especially after you start writing copy and making money. This is a big one. This is a big one. This is probably, unfortunately, one of the most common ones I see my students make, and it's sad. It saddens me. Because when you were, let's say someone comes into HIC or HTC, doesn't matter, not knowing skill, and before making, I don't know, 10, 11, 12, 13 bucks an hour, suddenly when you do something, oh, I'm making 500 bucks, 1,000 bucks writing copy, holy shit, I'm making more money in a day than I used to make in a week. And suddenly you're making more money in a day than what you used to make in a month, right? And it affects them. Even they don't admit it, it affects them. Because they've never seen so much money from their perspective. And when that happens, people do weird shit. Because money is a magnifier. Money is a what? A magnifier. It magnifies who you are. It amplifies who you are. You're a nice person, more money makes you nicer. You're a jerk, more money makes you a bigger jerk. What happens when you have a person with low self-esteem, bad self-image, more money brings the worst out of people. From no confidence to now total, like an arrogant prick. And I've trained quite a few of them. I'll tell you, my students. Desmond probably seen more than anybody else. Right? He's quite a few of them. Yeah, they become this, I don't know what it is, but
they forget where they came from. The ego gets the better side of them. And just because they have a couple of wins, right? Then they think they know it all.
Yeah, and it's a false ego. It's a totally false ego. It's not a having confidence, having self-confidence is good, self-esteem is good. But that because here's what happens. Their confidence was so low, they've been a nobody for so long, their entire life. The minute they experience a little bit of success, a little bit of power, it just affects them. It just affects them. Because they've been deprived of that for so long. Right? And they feel like it's so, and the problem is the minute they get a little bit of success, these people, what they do is they hang around with people who are less than them. I mean, less in terms of like success. They just, because it makes them feel good. Right? You see them suddenly making, 30, 40, 50, 60K. They think they're the big shot. They think the shit doesn't stink. Right? They think they're better than everybody else. Oh, I'm making, some good money, man. And then part of it, because our family have such a supportive culture, right? When you share a boom, and I want you to share a boom, don't get me wrong. I'm talking a tiny percentage, okay? A tiny percentage, the bad apples, right? All the brothers and sisters supporting that person, it builds more of the ego, right? Oh, before the skill, they've never fucking been recognized. When was the last time someone told them, hey man, good job? You are so awesome. When was the last time they get any kind of acknowledgement? Not even from the fucking spouse. And that's what happens. And then now they think they're better than they actually are. Right? Because they live in such a small world. Because the people they hang around with play small. So they thought, oh man, I'm making this much. I'm some big shot. To his family, to her family, yeah, you are a big shot. Making 6-figure, you're a big shot. How many will agree? You're making 6-figure income. Imagine making 100, 120K in your family. You're some big shot. Right? But the people you surround yourself with, they are making you feel good, but they're not lifting you up. They're not elevating you. Not your ego. They're not elevating your level. You know when the circle that Steve hangs around with? I'm the poorest person. I'm the poorest person in my circle. I'm the small fish in my circle. That's the difference. Because someone with low self-esteem, they need that validation. Oh, let me tell me how good I am. No, I care about how my growth. So let me hang around with the people who are all fucking bigger than me, smarter than me, have more experience than me. That's how they can lift me up. That's how I could learn from them. Right? Yeah, that's why I hang around with people like that. I don't want to hang around with millionaires. I want to hang around with billionaires. Like I want someone who's built significant enterprise. I don't want to be the smartest guy in the room. Right? So that's what I do. Don't hang around with people who makes you feel good. You want to hang around with people who pushes you, who challenges you. Not that much different when we have, Seaway has a high-level advisory board called Dragon 100, which Desmond is the one that handles a lot of the application. 7-figure, 8-figure, 9-figure entrepreneurs in Dragon 100. Now, my question to you is, why do they even apply and wanting to join Dragon 100? They're already 7, 8, 9-figure entrepreneurs. Network, growth, environment, relationship. So Desmond, why do they even apply?
A lot of them are, I think copy, first of all, the way, you bring them in through copy. They found your videos, and
But
these are very successful.
What are they looking for?
They're looking for certainty. They're looking for structures, systems. They are looking to associate with your network of advisors, your fractional billionaires, your billionaire friends, people who have done it, not someone who's just selling a course or mastermind, but someone who's actually done it.
And these guys are very successful. Like these are pretty successful people. These are the top like heavy hitters in their field from all over the world, right?
Yep.
These are not like this is not like your typical like entrepreneurs.
Serial entrepreneurs, 50 million net worth, 300 million net worth, people who own airlines, master franchises of rental car companies, people who own publishing companies.
Yeah, the big boys, big girls. These are heavy hitters, power players, right?
Even founders
Richard, they're not the one. No, they're not 1%. 1% is a joke. These are not the 1%er. These are 0.001%er. And yet, what do? They're here to grow. They're here to really get a different perspective. They're here because part of it, of course, to get advice from me, where like, because when you're that successful, everybody around them, they're all yes man or yes woman, right? All saying yes, right? I'm the one's like, no, this is shitty idea. What are you thinking? Right? I'm the one that's giving them straight. Because they know, right? I don't care about like I don't really care about like that whatever fee that they're paying, it doesn't really make that big of a difference to me financially. Right? So I give them straight, I don't care. Right? But I care a lot about their growth and well-being and scalability and all that. So I said, you're here to get results. I'm going to give you what you need. But I'm not going to be like the other people in your life, right? I'm like, I remember that's just a month ago, one of them crafted a copy, like a piece, and was asking for my advice. And I have my copy chief go in, and I said, give it advice. And my coffee chief was texting me and said, well, Dan, do you want me to tell him like it is? I said, exactly like it is. Don't hold back. Right? And then he gave the feedback. It's basically very thorough, very detailed feedback, but the bottom line is a piece of shit. Right? And he was blown away. He thought it was a pretty good piece. He thought it's like a 7 out of 10. We are like talking about like it's like minus 7. It's so bad. I said like I wouldn't publish this shit, right? And it's good. He's looking for that because the other people in the company, oh, this is pretty good. It looks pretty good. I was like, no, not in my book. This is not good, right? So we made a little video. He made a little video. We posted, and it was very, very appreciative of that feedback. So, thinking you know better, I told you about this, and see if we said it again. Your ego is not your amigo. Say it with me. Your ego is not your amigo. Okay, put in the chat. Your ego is not your amigo. I say it again, and I know just by sheer numbers, some of you will still let your ego get the best of you. Not your fault, because the way you were brought up, you weren't getting enough acknowledgement, attention, whatever it might be. So the minute you get a bit of that, it feels good. It just feels good. And it's just what happens. And that's how some of the students, they become successful, but then they don't stay successful. I'll say that one more time in case that didn't register. They become successful as a result of Sifu teaching the skill, but they don't stay successful. They kind of self-destruct, self-implode. It's like a button. They blow themselves up, right? No, for no good reason, by the way. Like no good reason at all. So I believe the best principle to live by is, I don't know shit. Say it with me. I don't know shit. This is the best principle to live by. Hey, you just signed up 2 clients, getting a good retainer. What do you say? I don't know shit, right? You just wrote a campaign, generated $50,000 for your client. Woo, man. You say, I don't know shit, right? You just did a sequence with a funnel, brought in $250,000 for a client. I don't know shit. Now, this is, yes, Matthew, this is an internal dialogue. This is not an external. Don't be telling this to your client, right? Don't be, oh, this campaign works so well. He's like, I don't know shit. No. You say, mm-hmm. That's all you say, mm-hmm. That's right. Let's do it again. That's how you apply. But in your internally, you got to have that dialogue. I don't know shit. And never assume, never, ever, 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 ever assume. The only marketing genius is the customer. Always remember, I don't know shit. The only marketing genius is the customer. We will never go wrong paying more attention to the customers, listening, getting feedback, because that's what matters. At the end of the day, we use our copy, we create a sales message in exchange, right, to move the customers emotionally so they make a purchase. So customer doesn't always tell you what they want, does it? Sometimes they just don't buy, right? The behavior will tell you that they don't like your product, they don't like your headline, they don't like your offer, they're not opening your emails. And there's no point of getting frustrated. Oh, how come no one reads my stuff? How come no one clicks? How come no one opens my email? How come they're not? No, don't argue. You argue with the customer, who's going to lose? Every single time. We argue with the marketplace, who's going to lose? We're going to lose, right? So be aware of, especially, goes back to the ego, the copywriter with one huge win. So you will, when you work with enough clients to work on the campaigns, you will get one of those, like, hit it out of the ballpark. Okay, you'll be like, oh my goodness, holy shit, right? But always remember, even a broken clock is correct twice a day. Even a broken clock is correct twice a day. So don't be like, oh yeah, this is great. Like I'm not the greatest copywriters in the whole fucking galaxy now, you know? The highest paid copywriters have won a lot in a bunch of different ways. When I say a bunch of different ways, could be from different verticals, different niches, different types of offers. They don't just win one time. They're winning consistently. May not always be this huge, massive windfall, but they could perform. So the copy that they write, they could perform, right? And yes, they have some pieces that didn't work. They have a lot of failures. It's all part of it, right? It's called testing. But over the years, they stick with it long enough that I remember Alan. You look at Alan's copy, like the two, if you have HIC Plus, the two big binders, a lot of promotional pieces, and 80-20, there were some campaigns that Alan crafted that didn't work. There are a whole bunch of them that's like performing as it's supposed to be. And there were some just hit it out of the park. They were so profitable. And this is Alan, right? Who I consider is absolutely a master copywriter. But that's okay. We don't always win. But what I'm saying is that consistent track record and understand that platform changes, buy behavior changes, technology changes. The only thing constant is change. How back in the days, how marketing was done. There was a period of time when I joined the company, Alan's company. We were doing, he laughed. How many of you heard of a fax machine? You know what a fax machine is? For my young mentees, probably what is a fax machine? Okay. It is like it's like a smaller photocopier. Think about this, okay? And then you put rows of paper in it, okay? And back in the day, before email, when we want to send a message, written message, without putting an envelope, we would feed into this machine, and then it gets sent to another person who has a fax machine. Now, here's the thing. If I have a fax machine and you don't have a fax machine, I can't send stuff to you. So we both need to have a fax machine in order to communicate, okay? And I put that piece of paper in the fax machine. It goes into very slow because it needs to scan it. So you hear this, right? And then over the phone line. And then on your end, you get this long ass thing, very slow like this. We were doing a campaign promoting workshops and fax machine because we can do broadcast fax. Alan's company was making so much money because compared to direct mail, fax is so cheap. We can do we can basically have one thing and we broadcast to all the people in certain area. Okay. So we were making, holy shit. It was like, you will not believe, like it just, we send this out, we get a better, because think, direct mail, remember, you still got to A power, B power, you got to have the envelope, make sure it looks personal and people open it. But fax machine, back in the days, whenever you get a fax, usually it's like it's almost like FedEx. It's important you get a fax, right? And you cannot ignore it because you hear, if it's in the office and your home, you hear like it's making fucking noise. Right? So the opening rate is extremely high. The cost is extremely low. Right? And yes, we kind of like just, you could say it's broadcast facts. You could say it's spamming facts because it's not permission based. We just send it to people. Right? There was no permission based. And we just pick a geographic area, the phone numbers with fax machine, we just blast it out. Thousands and thousands of them, right? And guess what? Suddenly, fax changes. First of all, government said you cannot do that anymore. Suddenly, we cannot do it. It stops. Like overnight, we can't do it. It's making so much money. Why? Because the only thing constant is what? Say with me. Change. It happened with Google, it happens with Facebook, happens with YouTube, it happens with all the platforms. Over the years, I've seen so many different platforms. So is it important to stay up to date as a copywriter? Is it our duty, our job, our responsibility to stay on the cutting edge? Knowing what works now. How the channel is shifting, the buy behavior, all these things. Take a quick screenshot of this. I won't stay here too long. But some of these sites and resources, you don't need to go through them all. But knowing that depends on the niche that you pick, the type of copy that you write, you need to know. You need to know. If there's new policy being introduced by Facebook, should we know? Yes or no? If you're writing like Facebook ads. Right? If there's new compliance issue, should we know ahead of time? Do you think your clients would know? So would it be good for us as a professional to help them and to educate, write it down the word, educate them of kind of what's coming down the pipeline? That's part of it. Why we need to stay on the cutting edge. There was a copywriter back in the days who was, I think I shared this with you maybe a few classes back, but he was basically a top copywriter when I was getting started. This copywriter, I won't name names, he was charging $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to write a long sales letter back in days. We're talking like many years ago, in my 20s. Back in the day when 10, 15K actually means something, right? And now he's charging, $30, $40 for an hour of consultation. So think about from someone who's making like that, and the only difference is this is the mistake that he made. He didn't adapt, didn't understand social media and internet. He was stuck in an old paradigm, how marketing works. And he didn't need to, here's the thing, right? HIC, you don't need to change your whole approach. What Steve is teaching you, can see, this is fundamental. Right? Everything I'm teaching you, right? This is evergreen. Human being is human being is human being. The psychology, everything that Steve was teaching you, that doesn't change. But he's missing that 10, 20%. How do you adapt what you know using new platform? The difference between me and them is when I look at social media, I'm still writing a headline. When I'm making a video, I'm still using my copywriting knowledge. But the difference is I now can modify and tweak and adapt using social media. My techniques has not changed, but I add that nuances, right? The subtleties, the 10%, 15%. If he would have done that, he would still be very successful. But no, he was stuck in writing long direct mail thing. You think this internet thing is a fad? It's going to go away. I'm like, this thing is not going away. Not only this thing is not going away, this thing is a take over, right? Do you see what he was talking about? How many follow what he was saying? Put in the chat. That it's important to stay on the cutting edge, to adapt, right? Know the fundamentals, strengthen the fundamentals, but define 10%. Let's make sure you know how to write headline, you know how to write copy, you know how to get people to take action. But if there's some new policy changes, you know, a new email policy changes that we need to know, then we need to know. We won't look very professional when the client comes back to it and say, hey, how come like our ads all getting disapproved? Well, I don't know. Right? I don't know what the hell is going on. No, we should know. Right? Oops. Did I lose you guys? 1 second.
Nope. Your screen is just gray right now.
Okay, 1 second.
By the way, everyone, well done on the attendance so far. Dan, I'm sure you can also chime in here. From what we can see, it looks like we have, I'm just guessing right now, I don't have the specific numbers, but it looks like attendance is definitely up for this class. So well done. Let's keep it that way. This is important.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, Sifu.
Okay, we're back. See? When she was talking about technology, shit happens. Shit happens. See how accurate this is, right? No, don't edit out this part. This is perfect. This is a perfect illustration of that.
What you weren't projecting your values there, right? So you're like, technology fucks up. And
it is exactly what it is. Like it's like my keynote's like, hey, let me show you how things change, right? This is what it is. So I was saying that happened with Google. What the heck is going on? Hold on. It just jumps out. 1 second. There's something wrong. Hold on. You guys hear me? Okay. Somehow when I turn into that slide, it just goes into that. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to skip that particular slide.
Okay.
I'm going to try this with me. Now I'm going to read the slide and then I'm going to go back to the next slide because it's very critical. Okay. So here's what the slide, just maybe there's something wrong with that particular slide. So here's a quote from Confucius. To know everything is to know nothing, but to know nothing is to know everything. One more time. To know everything is to know nothing, but to know nothing is to know everything. Okay. So let me share my screen. So this works. Here we go. That's how it works. Write this down. Here's a big one. Poor people learn out of desperation. Rich people learn out of preparation. Poor people learned out of desperation. Rich people learn out of preparation. Poor people learn when they have to. When they like before they lose their job, I don't need a high income skill. Why do I need a high income skill? I don't need that. I got a nice job going on. That business is fine. Everything is fine. Suddenly, when they get laid off, when they get fired, when the business doesn't work, holy shit. Oh my God. What am I going to do? I'm going to pay my bills. Holy shit. I need to make some money, man. Right? Now they scramble. What's this high income skill thing? Let me take a look. Maybe I need this thing. Oh shit, I do need this thing. Right? I don't even know people learn out of desperation. How many have done this in the past? Learn out of desperation. Your friend is not thinking about learning until the fucking COVID-19 hits. Until they have to work remote. Now they're like panicking. Now they wish they have something. Rich people learn out of preparation. Sifu is not learning what I need now. Sifu is learning what's coming down the pipeline. You look at Mark Cuban. You look at Elon Musk. These guys are learning what's the future They're positioning themselves for the future. You got to learn ahead. When you need to learn what you need to learn, like right now, you're already late. Like, this is what I don't get. What you want to learn is 3 to 6 months, a year from now, I'm going to be at that place. I need that knowledge. I need to stay on the cutting edge. You learn ahead. You don't learn, like, you see how many of you made this mistake? You learn what you need. You learn not only what you need now. Here's what's very dangerous. Talk about deadly mistake. You learn what you could understand. Holy fuck. You learn what you would understand. Why the hell would you learn what you understand? Your understanding gets you what you have now. It's exactly your understanding or lack of that where you are today. So why the hell would you learn something you understand? You want to learn something you don't understand, that you don't get. That's outside of your norm. That's outside your comfort zone. But see, look at most people. I don't understand that. I don't learn that. I don't understand what it means. Good. You're not supposed to. Do you see the difference? It's learning out of preparation, seeing ahead what you need, learning those things. See, if you went to the castle, how many years ago? 12, 13 years ago. Why did I go to the castle? I wasn't ready. I was making 6-figure, but I wasn't ready to learn how to do acquisitions, mergers and acquisitions. That's way too high level for me. And quite frankly, when I went there, I didn't understand most of what my mentor back then was talking about. I don't understand. Because that's what he teaches. But I was learning out of preparation because I know I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it. It just took me 11 and 12 years to do it. That's the difference. Most people's self-esteem is so low, they don't see far ahead. I'm learning what I need 10 years later. How many people think this way? I'm learning what I need 10 fucking years later. Not what I need now. So HIC, learn, think about out of preparation. Ask yourself the question, not what you need today. What do you need 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years from now for your copywriting skill? What are some of the areas you need to work on? What are some of the new nuances you want, like some of the new tools? Forget what you're learning today. What do you need 3, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months? Where the world is going, how the world is operating. Then guess what? When something changes, something with the economy, then you're not caught off guard. You already know. You already know what's happening. There's a big difference. And learning, listen to me, learning, not also the extreme is learning, I'm learning ahead. But I'm not learning as a way to escape. Do you know the difference? There's a big fucking difference. Goes back to knowing, doing, understanding. Some of you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about now. You're lost. learning as preparation, not escape, not as distraction. So you're not learning something, oh, it'd be nice, it'd be cool, I learned that, it's kind of fun. No. I'm learning, like I'm going to execute. And it's not a, oh, I maybe, no, I am going to execute. But not as an escape. Escape as that might not happen. Preparation is I know it's gonna fucking happen. You know what I'm talking about? Like, is this sinking in? Are you getting value from what he was sharing with you? How many you found this profound in your thinking? Desperation versus preparation. How would you approach learning differently after you understand this? Learn ahead, learn in advance. Don't learn what you need. You don't just learn what you need now. Yes, you need to learn, but learn what you need down the road. Down the road. Mistake number 5, not getting feedback from experienced copywriters. Not getting feedback from experienced copywriters. There was a story. There was this family. They're cooking holiday dinner. And the wife is cooking some ham. And she cuts off the end of the ham. And the husband was like, okay, that's interesting, right? And the daughter sees that, and said, "Oh, mom, why do you cut off the ham?" Well, I don't know, right? Because that's what my mom used to do. All right, because it's family dinner. Then the little girl goes ask grandma, "Hey, grandma, why do you cut off the ham?" Right? At the end of the ham. Well, I learned from my mom, so that's what we do. Oh, okay. All right. And happens to be, grandma still alive. So little girl goes to, hey, grandma, I'm talking to grandma and mom and they cut off the ham. I wonder why you cut off the ham. Oh, it's because our pan was too small back in the days. We had no money. So we cut off. Wouldn't fit. So very often we do things just because we keep doing them. We never question our own work, right? We never critique our own work. So as a copywriter, if you don't have a reliable, what's the word? Reliable feedback loop, then you never know if your copy is any good. So you're hand copying, you're writing ad. But if you said there are 2 secrets, right? Steve has shared this with you like gazillion times. Hand copy sales letter, right? Remember that? Hand copy sales letter, which you already do, right? The second biggest thing in terms of my accomplishment as a copywriter is I've had a good mentor to provide me with feedback. I believe if you're writing copy without getting feedback, it's just like you're driving with a blindfold on. Because how do you know where you're going? How do you know where you are? Right? Like, how do you know where you are? You just wouldn't know. And I remember, so the first time Alan gave me an assignment, it's okay, because by the time I was doing a little bit, but he said, here's assignment that you've earned it, Dan, right? You can do it. Okay, so give me the assignment, brief me on the whole thing. And I went home and I worked extremely hard because the first assignment, and I want to impress Alan, like, hey, I've got what it takes. And I study and I write and I spend a lot of, like, I'm talking about hours, right? Hours analyzing every word. And I bring the copy to him after not sleeping many nights, really. I bring the copy to him. He looks at it in just a few moments. He crumbles up the paper, right? Like that, throw it away. He said, "This is shit." And I was like, "What? This is shit." I said, "How could it be shit? It cannot be shit. I put so much effort into it, Alan. Like, I didn't sleep for many nights. I think it's pretty good shit. Do it again." So this first assignment, like I was hurt emotionally, because I thought a little bit, acknowledgement would be nice, that like, hey, it's not bad, but you can do better, right? No, that's not how Alan teaches, okay? And this is not how I teach either. Okay, someone to expect that from Sifu. You're not going to get that from me. Okay, you always get the truth and tough love, right? So then I go back and I work again, not sleeping many nights because I want to get it done sooner. And I was younger, so I don't need to have so much sleep. So I bring it back to him a few days later. He looks at it like I'm talking about, not like looking detail. He just kind of skims through it and then throw it even further to the trash can. It's shit. I said, how could it be? It cannot be shit. I said, Alan, this is as good as it could get. I've done my very best. Tell me what you don't like. Like, tell me what to improve. He said, it's shit. How could I tell you how to improve a piece of shit? Do it again. Right? There's no feedback given. It's a piece of shit. What do you want to say? It's brown here, right? What do you want to say? Right? No feedback. Do it again. Fuck. Okay. So I do it again. And this back and forth. Okay. I think it's like 10, 11 times in a short period of time. No guidelines. That's what you guys are expecting. That's not how I learned. That's not how Alan teaches. No feedback. At the end, finally, I bring him something that I think it's as good as it could get. He looks at it. Now he's reading through it very carefully. And then it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. It's usable. Right? That was it. That was the feedback. I was like, oh, right. Thank fucking God. Right? And it was many, many years later. This is what I'm talking about. Many years later. Okay. Many years later. Alan we were just talking, and somehow this conversation brought up. I say, hey, remember, Alan, the time when I brought you the first time, I write copy. And then you say, this is shit. I said, yeah, I remember that. Right? Because I remember that. And then he was like, you know what, Dan, to tell you the truth. I said, what's the truth? Actually, this first draft wasn't bad. I said, what? What do you mean? I thought you said shit. Oh yeah, the first draft wasn't bad. But how come you didn't say that? And he said, because I know you could do so much better. What you thought was your best is not your best at all. You thought you've given everything you've got. You haven't. You don't see your potential. You see, look at the draft after the 10th revisions, how much better it is. And I have to say, by the time like that 10th draft, it's like 2, 3, 4 times better, like way better. I didn't even know I could craft stuff like that well, right? So what I thought I was giving everything I've got, every ounce of effort that I have, is actually not my best. It's not even close to one of my best, but my limitation at the time, I thought that was my best, but simply it's not true. It's simply not true. So my mentor challenged me. You want a mentor that challenges you. You don't want a mentor to be like, yay, good, pretty good. And by the way, like within HIC, Sifu in the Facebook group, like I encourage more than I discourage. Right? I would rather you take some more actions to give you little bit, like to give you the momentum to move forward. But as you get better, It's like I prefer to build up your confidence first, right? And then when you get to a certain level, then I'm like, okay, now I want to push a little bit, right? Now I'm here to push. I'm not here to make to make you feel good. I'm here to make you succeed, right? It's like, oh, that was pretty good, and then see, jabs you in the eyes like shit. It's that kind of thing, right? It's that kind of thing. So we all have blind spots. You do, and I do. Doesn't matter how good you are, you should always accept that the fact you're never so good, right? Put in the chat, say, I'm never too good to get feedback. Put in the chat, I'm never too good to get feedback. I'm never too good to get feedback. Okay? So that you don't need someone else to provide an outside set of eyes. No, you always do. It's very, very critical. And that's how afterwards, it's funny because after the first time, later on, when I was working with Alan, the feedback that he would give me, that's what allows me to really accelerate in a very short period of time. I'll give you an example. I wrote a headline and I brought it to him. And it was a headline. It's like, think of whatever words, right? And after headline, I have ... Just think about it. So headline, ... and then the next paragraph. He grabbed a pen, he circled. He said, the underline, you shouldn't underline the ... The underline should stop before the ... And then after ... you should have a space. That's the kind of feedback I was getting. You know what I'm talking about? A space after ... and you shouldn't underline the ... Now that's fucking feedback. Right? So it's like the opposite. Now he's analyzing, ripping apart every damn word. Right? He said, why don't you break here? Why do you have the paragraph so long? Why do you use a period? Why don't you use ... here? Right? Why don't you underline? Why don't you bold here? Why don't you all do all cap? You see the difference? Why is the spacing like this? Why don't you add a picture here? Right? The font, why do you make the font so big? It takes up too much space. Why are you missing the bottom right corner bracket, continue to read or flip the next page? Why are you missing that? That's the kind of feedback that I was getting. Like, how many of you could imagine if you get that kind of feedback on a consistent basis, like you don't even need to try, you get better. Right? Because now you know like why it doesn't work. Because we can see we all have blind spots, right? And sometimes Alan will look at my stuff. He would just tell me, no, the headline totally is way off track. He said, don't do it this way. Like, no, do it more. Go with this kind of a hook. And I would go back and tweak. And he was like, you see how Dan add one word here? Just add one word here. You see how that makes a difference? Oh yeah, that makes a difference, right? What about taking this like? I so wish I recorded those back in the days, but we didn't have the technology. I so wish I had Zoom back in the days, right? I would love to show you if we actually had Zoom, like how this would be. And it was invaluable, right? And I cherish those moments. Like those are kind of the special mentor-mentee moment. Like those are the moments where like we sit down and like he and I, we don't talk about like stuff. Like I don't talk to him about family. He doesn't talk to me a lot about family, but the way we connect is through the work, right? So that mentor-mentee relationship, he would look at my stuff and he would look at it and he would critique and would talk marketing and he would show me a book, right? He would show me some stuff and it's very, very special. I get emotional talk thinking about too. It's very, very special. Like I cherish those moments. Absolutely, I do. All these years. So those are the 5 mistakes. We're just right on time. We're doing good. Almost 2 hours. Whew. Time flies. So why don't we do a quick 5-minute break and then we'll resume right at just like 8 o'clock Pacific time. So 5 minutes.
Okay, HIC class. go grab your drinks, grab your food, stretch, look at your notes. Some of you need to digest what was just covered. And for those of you who are choosing to remain here and still on with us in the Discord, let's do a bit of review. Type in the chat, what have been your biggest takeaways? What's that one small hinge that's going to swing the big doors? What's the big aha moment for you already? Hote says, take action to be ready. And Dana, if you're with me as well, to maybe help me out with some of the reading. My limit is probably it. Okay.
Bo says, I don't know shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Garrett as well too says that. Yes. And just don't say that to the client, obviously, right? We got to stress that part. Someone will end up doing it. I can just see Shrifu shaking his head and smacking his head, going like, I fucking told you not to do it. Like, yeah. See, I told you not to do it, and you did. And James is laughing because he knows, right? How many times have we said it something so many times and then someone actually does it? Okay. Janan says, oh, go ahead, Dana.
Yes, I see a few people say learn as preparation, not desperation.
Yep.
Just do it despite the fear. Yes. Now I saw someone post a question. Can we post our copy on the Facebook group and get feedback there? Yes. Please do so. That is why the Facebook group is there, to get feedback from fellow brothers and sisters. So please do share your copy there.
Yeah. And Sifu, even, for the more serious ones, as you get higher levels, today I'm going to just tell you right out front, right? It's like martial arts is everything I've always learned with Sifu. You've heard the story about even with me in HTC closing, right? There's been 15 seasons. I'm all part of 15 seasons, every single one. Even when I had my appendicitis, I was in hospital, just came out of surgery, literally that morning. By that evening, I was already up and joining class and on the call, even though I had stitches and this bag with dripping stuff coming out of it, I was in that class, right? So the same way, if you can apply that, I'm just suggesting this to you because I've been with Sifu for so long, and you're not getting it, and then you get it. You just never know when that's going to happen. It's just going to tick. So even though today is class 7, always think about how else can you master? How can you master copywriting? Is this just a hobby? Are you just a housewife and then you're just doing copywriting on the side? Is this just something that you do? Are you working part-time and then you do copywriting? Or is this something that you really treat seriously as if your life depends on it, right? So that's just my tip for every one of you. Take it really seriously. This could really make a big difference in your life. And I know Sifu really wants to see that happen. So post your copies, you can see how emotional he gets, right? Copywriting is very close to his heart. Okay,
yes,
so go ahead, Dana.
Yes, I saw Isaac says you should, in fact, I recommend tagging some of the people that you know a little better in the group. So if you're sharing your copy, you can definitely tag someone, tag a fellow brother and sister that you maybe have connected with already, and ask them to give you feedback on your copy, because that way you all learn, they learn, and you learn, and you get something out of it, both of you.
Thank you. Yes. Now I did see Kyle's post. He goes, we're going to see some of Sarge copy. Gloves are being dropped. The challenge is on. Well, I'm very humble. Sifu actually crumples up a lot of my copy. So what he did with what Alan Jack did with him, he also did with me. For those of you who are in the high ticket closer side things and you participate in the B2B closing side, many of you might know sometimes there's 6-hour. I do 6-hour classes too. I've led class 1, I've led class 4, part 1 and part 2. Each one of those about 120 slides, right? And all of that's copy, right? So that's where I apply my copywriting, and then also in public speaking, but that's just one small aspect of copywriting. Now, when, I can communicate with the marketing teams, when I'm talking with clients, someone is coming to me and I have to vet them, a business owner, and they want to speak with Dan about, Sifu, about being in Dragon 100, and just even analyzing their marketing. I can ask them, what's your big offer? What's the big idea here? What's the hook? Okay. When you speak to Dan, what do you want? So I'm expanding, but yes, I certainly would definitely be flexing as well too, and being humble and putting my copy in the Facebook group. Thank you. Okay. What else do we have? Let's see. Biggest takeaways. Think of a
Yes.
sports coach. Yep. Keep going.
I quickly wanted to say a congratulations because I saw in the Facebook group that some of you already had some booms. So I did quickly want to congratulate you guys on that. And if you haven't had a boom yet, then that is okay, right? Just don't compare yourself to others. Compare yourself to yourself. It's something that I learned from my Sifu as well. So don't compare yourself to others. If you see these booms in the Facebook group, just congratulate your brothers and sisters. Be happy for them. All right? Because if you post your boom, they will be happy for you. Okay? So make sure you do that.
All right, we are back. Now, I also noticed some of the booms, and that you are already getting clients. Now you're a little bit panicking. Okay, now Sifu, how I'm gonna deliver? Now I get the client, they paid. No, how can I deliver the work? That's a good problem to have. It's getting the first dollar. That's key, right? I want to answer Samuel's question. Samuel's saying that, oh, if Alan told me that this is shit, then he gives like feedback. Isn't that a contradiction? It's not a contradiction, because Samuel, you don't understand Alan. My mentor, just like the way I mentor, I have my method. He knows my personality. He knows that he needs to challenge me, light a fire under my ass to know what I'm capable of first. So he basically breaks me down, then he builds me up. That's what he did. And that's why I appreciate his mentorship. So it destroys my confidence first. So I don't get cocky. I don't get my ego, let the ego get in the way. And also he wants me to know that what I can do, not what I think I can do, what I can actually do. Then the mentorship comes in, like a detailed mentorship that comes in. And that's the way he mentored me, right? And that's exactly how I respond, because I was pissed when he's crumbled my work, my hard work, and just shit. And I was pissed. I wasn't mad at him. I was mad at myself. I was mad at why is it not good? What am I missing? Tell me what I'm missing. He wouldn't tell me. Right? So I had to figure it out, which is good. Like, one thing I do appreciate, which is not the way I teach, but that's the way he teaches. He doesn't give me a whole lot of resource. He's my fucking library. Figure this shit out. Right? Like, I need to be resourceful. You get way, way more like hand holding than what I used to get. You've got checklists, you've got steps, you've got a community, you've got everything. I don't even know if I have a fraction. Like, here's the fucking library, good luck, right? And he could critique my work and he'll give me work. So a lot of what I did was I just learned through doing feedback. So he was just kicking my ass, right? And it wasn't like he wasn't a I guess, I don't know if that's my tendency. Both, like Alan, first mentor, second mentor, Big Dan Pan, Big Dan, both are not the loving, encouraging type. Maybe secretly I was looking for a father figure that would kick my ass, right? Because my father was the opposite of that. So both of them they didn't say a whole lot. Yeah, good job, good, no. Like, just like Big Dan, when I was making $500,000, when I talked to him, after a while, I was making $500,000, and I was expecting some acknowledgement, right? Some praise from my mentor, the father figure I look up to. And he said, "What the fuck are you, $500,000? Right? That's all he said. You're the fucking loser. Like, why are you making $500,000? It's a joke." Right? Like, that's his thing. Right? It's always like, and it is. It is. Now, to me, back then, it was a fortune from a poor immigrant boy like that. No one in my fucking family made $500,000 US a year. Okay. Like, to me, it's like a fortune. To him, it's like a joke. Right. And it's not a joke that it's that the money's not valuable. It's always, you could do more. Right. Like, you could do more. You could do more. And that's good. And that's fast forward today. And I believe the same thing in you. that don't be so easily satisfied. The world is big. Yeah, compared to where you came from, you're doing good, but don't compare to where you came from, right? There's much more room for growth. And I don't care how old, like your age, I don't care if you're 40, 50, 60, it doesn't matter, right? Like now they say that it's like people, the lifespan, it's going to be much longer if it's not for COVID, right? There's a lot you could do. So Steve is going to teach you 5 powerful secrets that will multiply your income and shortcut your learning curve. Over the years, I have learned probably, I would say 30, 40 things that are in my copywriting and marketing and consulting career. And I wrote them down. And I'm going to teach you 5, the top 5 today. Not that I don't want to teach you the 30, 40. It's the other 30 somewhat you probably won't get yet. You're not quite ready for those. So I want to give you what would serve you now, right? Because it's just like you're learning how to punch. I don't want to show you how to do a flying spinning back kick. It doesn't apply. You're still learning how to do a punch, right? It just, all you get is confused and you don't get it, right? And I don't want to be the type of teacher where, oh, let me show you this, like overwhelm you with like my knowledge. I don't want to do that, right? So let's make sure your couple punches, right? The combo is good. The basic kick is solid, right? But then later on, if there's an opportunity, I would share the other. But I want to take kind of the 5 out of the 30, 40 that I think are crucial, what I've learned, okay? And you may not, okay, let's see if we say this first. You may not fully understand what I'm about to share with you, and you will not be able to apply some of these secrets right away, okay? This is not learning out of desperation. This is learning out of inspiration. I'm giving you what you will need them down the road. For some, you will need this 30, 60 days. For some, you need this 3 to 6 months. For some, you might need this a year from now. Okay, maybe even more. But I want to give you kind of what you need, like a little bit down the road, so then you will not be caught off guard, right? And these are very, very, very important lessons. They are a bit more big picture, but big picture in a way because they're profound, that you will need to digest them a bit to understand. So make sure you go back, listen to this a few months later, right? And you'll be overwhelmed. You will not fully understand what I'm talking about. You're like, oh, see how to apply this, because it's not clicking for you yet. When it clicks, you'll be like, oh, like, it's like a nice, a nice, a wine, bread, whatever it is, like, you feel like this is like, for Desmond, this is like the sea urchin, the uni, right? From Japan. It's like, right? This is nice. This is some expensive stuff, right?
It is the creme de la creme.
That's right. Hey, Desmond talked about the uni that you got from Japan. That was good. Now, Desmond sent me a photo, right? Now, in case you don't know, in Japan, they eat the sea urchin, right? And there are different levels.
Yes.
Different levels, okay? And you either love it or you hate it.
Yes.
Right?
It's a delicacy.
It's delicate. You either love it or you hate it. Before I didn't like it at all. Now I love sea urchin, right?
Yes. Now, whenever we go out seafood, the first thing we order is the sea urchin. You look at me and you say, Desmond, how's the sea urchin here? And then we order it.
Yes, but it's hit and miss. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not very good, right?
Right.
But
and
anyway,
there's some from North America. There's some from Hokkaido.
Yeah.
The true
Desmond had like a family gathering.
Yes.
He sent me this photo of like a box, like small little. How big is the box? If you were to describe.
I would say it's about 1/2 foot by 1/4 foot. So, sort of like take 2 of your palm of your hands.
Yes.
And put it side by side.
Yeah, about that size. Okay. And by the way, to describe the flavor, many years ago, I was having dinner with a group of doctors. It's kind of interesting. A group of doctors, and they've never eaten like sea urchins before. And I was like, hey man, I order some and give it a taste. Now these are Caucasians, like they've never had like raw sea urchin, and they eat it. And then they were like, I said, describe it for me. Now here's what the doctor said. I will describe the flavor in case you haven't tried, okay? He said it's like French kissing a mango under the sea. That's how he described it. French kissing a mango under the sea. It's got that kind of flavor. So that's how I said that's a pretty accurate. Like
It's not bad, not bad. Yeah.
it's a pretty accurate description. There's a pretty good coffee there, right? Some visual image. Anyway, so describe the one that you order.
So actually, we went. There's a family friend we know, and they come from a very wealthy family from Japan. You know, like think of like Nestle, for example, and like the daughter-in-law of one of the sons of Nestle, something like that. So we get invited to the house, and she says, you know, I've got sushi. So you know, I'm pretty snobbish about my sushi. She goes, no, I actually have the supplier who gets it directly from Tsukiji, and this is flown in for dinner tonight. And I was like, holy shit. Yeah. So we get there, and both my wife and I brought champagne, you know, and we get there.
And the price varies, by the way. The price, this is the flown in, this is like the expensive, this is the expensive shit. This is not this is expensive. This is like, how much is that box?
That box, I believe, was around about I'm just checking again, but I believe it was around about $400 or $500 just for the box alone.
And how many, like how big, like how many people can eat?
So most people, like, you know, the number of pieces, I actually have the picture here. I took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 5. Yeah. So what is that? That's like 30 pieces there, right? So if you go to a restaurant and you order 30 pieces of uni, normally uni is usually quite expensive, like $10 even for a piece.
For a piece,
about, right? Yeah. 10, sometimes even $15 for really good stuff. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you can think 30 pieces there.
Some high tickets stuff here.
That's right. I ate 90% of the box by myself. Yeah. The kids loved it, but they were so grateful to me. They let me have most of it.
Yeah, but it's really like, you can see the color. It's very, very nice. And that's when I replied to Desmond, like, what the fuck, you know? How come you're eating without seafood? What is this? Because I like the color, everything. It's like, it's like, I could tell it's like, damn. So now Desmond I got this thing going on. We'll go out there. If we do go out there, have a nice meal. I would take a picture. Yes, that's the picture.
That's the exact image right there. Yeah.
Then I would post what I'm eating, right? Kind of to kind of poke him.
Tease me. Yeah. Sunday seafood, you know, I'm eating like leftovers, and he sends me like the nicest dim sum. And he's like, oh, some man,
high ticket stuff.
I don't know, Desmond, you should be coming out.
Yeah.
Eat food while losing weight.
That's right. That's the coffee. That's the headline. Eat food while you're losing weight. That's how we do it. Now, by the way, what has that to do with the secrets? Nothing. It's just a fun thing that to share with you. So, secret number 1: don't confuse what you do with what you sell. Don't get confused. What you do with what you sell. So, question is, what business are we in again? What business are we in again? That's right. We're not in the writing business. We are in the revenue generating business. Yes or no? Now make this burn it in your mind. Always remember this. It's very, very easy to do a whole bunch of stuff, get busy, and you focus on the writing, and you forgot. Take a step back and say, hey, what business are we actually in? What you get paid for, this is very profound. This is one of those moment here, okay? Ready? What you get paid for, especially over time, more than for your know-how, more than for your skill, more than for your service, more than even for your results. What you get paid for over time, more than anything, is your reputation. Your reputation. Over time, that's how you get the big bucks. What does it mean, your reputation? Do you deliver your assignment, your work on time? Do you listen and get feedback from customers? How do you perform consistently? When something goes wrong, do you take extreme ownership and fix it? That's what you're getting paid for. The story that I share with you about the copywriter getting $50,000 improving the average cart value. Yes, he's got the skill, but really, why would someone offer that copywriter that kind of money? Because of the reputation. Is this making sense? It's the reputation that he could deliver or she could deliver. And reputation, if reputation is something that you get paid for, here's the thing. A lot of the freelance copywriters, when they're on Upwork, they're on Fiverr, they're on there. Remember, those are stepping stones, yes? Those sites are stepping stones, right? We could use those sites, we leverage those sites because they have clients, but long-term, that's not where we want to be. But those writers, they stay on those sites forever. Guess what? Then they have the reputation of just a freelancer, a low-income copywriter, right? A typical copywriter, a discounted copywriter. Because the ones you've spent 3, 4, 5, 6 years on it, guess what? That is your reputation. You with me? People don't buy maybes. They buy certainties. Say it with me. People buy certainties. People buy certainties. They don't mind paying for it. In fact, they don't mind paying premium for it, even if we are wrong. Even if we are wrong, perfectionist, we must sell them certainty. You must sell your client certainty. Even we are wrong. Because you will be wrong most of the time. See if it's wrong most of the time. Not every single campaign I do, every launch I do, any initiative that I do, no. Not all of them work. I improve, I pivot, I change. If I'm right 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, I'm doing wonderfully well. So what we are selling, that's why I said don't confuse what you do with what you sell. What you do is copywriting, yes? What you sell is certainty. What we are selling is we are selling certainty in an uncertain world. We are selling, that's what you are selling. That's not what you're doing. Don't confuse the two. And I said certainty, not arrogance. Nicholas is asking, Sifu, what happens after a campaign doesn't work? It doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't work. You need a whole bunch of campaigns. Okay, take feedback. We write some more. That's it. You don't redo them for free? No. No. If you charge, in the beginning, when you set expectation with the client, if you promise revision 1 or 2 times, that's fine. That's before they send out the damn thing. Not after they send out the damn thing. That's new work. It's like imagine you are a painter, okay? A painter. And you say, the client says, I want this white. I say, okay, what kind of white? I want this kind of white. You sure? All right. And I'm going to do it like two layers of coating. Okay, good. I'm going to do this white. All right, that's it. I'm going to do two layers of coating, 2 revisions, right? Okay, perfect. After 2 months later, it comes back to you. Actually, I want a pink. Okay. I'm not going to redo it for free. I'm still going to charge you. Do we do it with pink? Does this make sense? Do you see how you need to handle the expectation? So you're not we're doing this stuff? No. You're doing a whole bunch of stuff. When I say, Sarah, when we say we're selling certainty, we need to be certain with ourselves. They want assurance. They want to know you know what the hell you're talking about. They want to know that you do what you're gonna say. You do what you say you're gonna do. You say you're gonna deliver that work next Wednesday. You're gonna deliver that work next Wednesday. Not 1 minute, not 1 day late. That's what I'm talking about. So show samples of your work, show testimonials, show recommendations if it's on LinkedIn, show case studies, how you have helped your client. Hey, you know what? His case study, I helped this client craft this landing page, craft this email. Here's the sequence. I made this client X amount of dollars. I took this company from this to that. Show your talents, but never, ever, ever, ever show your desperation. Ever. I don't care how desperate you are for that fee. You never show desperation. When Sifu was working with clients, I needed clients like I need blood in my vein. But I learned when I show desperation, they ghost me. And I show desperation. I said, yeah, no problem. I can get started. I can do it right now. I'll make sure I get on time. They fucking ghost me. I said, this shit doesn't work. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to, you know, just get a job. No. So then I learned. Well, Dan, I want to hire you. Might be a problem. What do you mean? Let me check my calendar here. I'm looking at my calendar. Fucking empty, by the way. You know what? The soonest I could start with you is next week. Would that work? Oh, okay. This is kind of urgent, but it could work. All right. Yeah, you don't mind, like making a deposit, making a commitment today, do you? Maybe half down. Oh, sure, yeah. Because I needed the money to pay the bills. I want to work to start next week, but I need to get paid now, right? Okay, good. Then I'll block out my time for you next week to work on your assignment. Because you never want to show you're desperate. Where if your client can sense, oh, you got a lot of openings. You can start anytime. What does that tell them? What is that projecting? Tell me. Tells you, what was that projecting? You got no one. Low value. You can't be so good. Because if you're good, you probably would be working with other clients. So I'm like, you always busy. So when you are taking on a client, it's always you're making the time. I got nothing going on. My account is all open. I got no clients. But you never want them to know you have no clients. Understand? Exactly like dating. Henry, you got it. You don't want to be that desperate, what is it? Creepy dude. Oh, I love you so much. I miss you so much. Oh my God, I thought about you every day. You're all I think about. And you wonder why she doesn't call you back. No. You know? Like, yeah, you're not the only one that I'm seeing. I'm seeing other people. But you could see other people too. You know? If you feel we should go out, we have a good time, then we go. If not, that's okay. But I'm busy. I got my life going on, so I'm not going to be here all the time, right? They want to know you've got something going on. They don't want the pressure of that. They're the only, you're the center of your universe. You've got a successful life. You've got things going, right? I mean, you've got things happening in your life. If they are a good fit, if there's chemistry, you could invite them and they could be a part of it. That's how you always need to do it. In dating, in copywriting, it's the same. When you become a very good copywriter, very good closer, you would have no problem with dates. I promise you that. You have no problems with dates. Not only you've got money, you will have money, and that helps a lot. But you also have confidence. And I'm not talking about, okay, I'm going to do a quick survey here. Okay. Ladies, I'm not talking, how many of you met like those guys who are like so full of themselves that they're just like arrogant? That you talk to them, they're like rude. You know, just arrogant. You know what I mean? Yeah. And how big of a turnoff that is. Yeah, huge. The worst. Yeah, big turnoff. On the other hand, how many of you met some guys where they may not be like super, like I'm not talking about like super attractive, like super good looking, just average. But there's an aura about them. There's like this sense of self-assurance, not arrogant, just like this guy's got his life together. Like this guy knows what he wants. This guy goes after it. He's ambitious, right? But he's got a gentle side. Just, yes, an air of certainty, right? Just enjoy life. And even though you may not be thinking about like, date with this guy, but, you're thinking about, maybe you could have a good time, right? It would be fun, right? To be with a guy like that, that you're naturally, right? Kind of attracted by someone like that, right? Someone fun to talk to, right? Maybe just have a lunch, dinner, right? Go out, watch a movie or something, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like that guy, is that guy attractive? Put aside like his status, put aside like what he does as a profession, all that stuff, just as a character, right? As a person. Do you see the comment? That's what I'm talking about. So when you know, when you just know, when you're self-assured, when you have a good self-image, high self-esteem, confidence, and you're a good listener, you know how to ask questions, and you know how to write copy. I mean, what more you want? You got it all, man. You're irresistible. You are an irresistible offer. You don't need to make an irresistible offer. You are an irresistible offer. You're a walking, living, breathing irresistible offer. I'm serious. And same thing with ladies. Same. If you know how to text, right? Curiosity, just enough, but not too much. It's the same. It's all about human and human like interaction. That's why all these principles they apply. Again, totally, this is compliant issue. I'm not saying that it will help you improve your sex life and improve your relationship and you get, improve your romance. I'm not saying any of that at all because that would not be compliant on Facebook. Yes, results count. Results may vary. Yes. Results may vary. I'm just saying some of the students have gone through this course and apply it has an interesting effect in the day for the dating life. That's all I'm saying. Your reputation precedes you, and if it inspires respect, write this down. You don't want your client to like you. You want your client to respect you. Is there a difference between respect and like? Tell me. Oh, yes. You want them to respect you. And your reputation precedes you. So a lot of work is done for you before you even arrive, before you get on the phone, before you write a single word. Can you see this is more advanced? What he was teaching you? I'm talking about setting it up. I'm talking about before. Yes, it's called pre-framing, right? Before you talk with the client, right? How you set up the relationship, how you establish expectations, that reputation. Why does Siva ask you to set up a Calendly link? Because one of the things I teach in in high-tech closing is when you call them, you're the salesperson. When they call you, you're the expert. Day one, you want them to book a time to call you at a time that's convenient for you before you even talk business. That's a positioning move. Because when you call them, you're calling. You're starting off on a bad note. So little things like that Steve was teaching you from day one, so you don't have to make the mistake that I made, cold calling people, try to chase the clients multiple times, right? Which I learned the hard way. But when they book a time, you have the full attention. Think about how many, just this one move that Steve taught you. How many regular average copywriters out there have a Calendly link and ask the clients to book? How many of them just say, oh yeah, give me a phone number, I'll call you. I'll call you tomorrow. What time are you available? You think that people at Upwork do that? This is, see if we're just showing the move. You don't need to understand the move. You should understand, but you don't need to understand it to make it work. You do not need to understand the move to make it work. It will work if you do it. So it could be Calendly, it could be Schedule Ones, whatever software for booking an appointment with you, right? So the posture is always, write this down. I'm giving you some pretty important things here, okay? A lot of different pieces, how we put everything together now. Client expectation, client management. The posture is always you choose whether or not to take on a project or not. Not the other way around. And for some, you need some practice. You're not quite there yet. You need some practice. If you're sending out the emails, you're sending out the cold email, the video pitch, all those things, and you're not getting enough response, guess what's happening? What's happening? Yeah, too needy. Too needy. It's the little things. The little things. It's like sometimes after a speech, and I would have, like, let's say, talking to a group of young people, a few would approach me and they ask me questions, and they'll ask me about business, starting a business, and I'll even try to raise money for their ventures. And when they're talking, and I talk about posture, right? And I said, you're talking way too fast. I said, you're talking, slow down. You come across way too desperate. So I was telling them, and I was telling them about their, like, if Sifu is in front of you, I could see, if I was to analyze your body language, a lot of, by the way, more guys and more guys would have, you have a lot of like different little tendency. Like the way you move your hand, the way you move your fingers, the way you, like, just your body language projects insecurities. Little twitch, little things that you do. You don't even realize you do it, but you do it. Most guys do it at a very, very subconscious level, right? Like the little language, little thing that you do, right? Just your posture. And you might think, well, but I'm talking to a prospect, Sifu, on a phone. No, it comes through, right? It comes through. So it could be the body language. I'm not. This is not a speaking body language course. I'm just telling you, it's the same. It's related, right? But if I was in front of you and I'm talking to you, I would be able to pointed out. Right? The little tendency. Right? So posture. So do you understand? So what's the posture? You are choosing rather you want to take on a project. And here's the mic drop moment. Even you've never taken a project your whole life. Even you've never written a copy to produce a single fucking dollar. We're selling certainties in an uncertain world. Because the posture you need to have is you are going to invest your time and effort and skill to write these copy, to write this piece, to write that email, to write that landing page. It's your time. So you need to choose. I don't give a fuck how much they pay me. You need to choose if you want to take that on. How you want to invest that time. Because there's always another client. Write it down. There's always another client. So you know what? You get your first client. Let's say it's total disaster. You completely fuck it up. The first client, there's no more way you can fuck it up more because that's like a complete disaster. The copy sucks. Client is not happy. It is like bad. So fucking what? There's always another client. Oh, but see, what if they bad mouth me? Take a name. Line up, please. Who gives a shit? You cannot have light without darkness. You cannot have success without criticisms. You think you have more criticism or Steve gets more criticisms? You think you're more trolls and all have more trolls? Siva seems to be okay. Life is quite good. I'm quite happy. Life is pretty good. So don't let that affect you. So you have one person. Nobody gives a shit. I'm telling you. Nobody cares. So next one, you do a little bit better. So assuming the first one, it's a complete disaster, doesn't matter. Do you see why you don't need to wait to get started? I don't care if you fuck up the first one, the second, or third one. I don't think you fuck up the 10th one, would you? Yeah. You're gonna learn, aren't you? Right? You're gonna get better. You're gonna learn from it, and that's okay. Come back to the family, right? We're here. So what you're worried about? Oh, what if it's not good? What if my copy's not good? What if none of that matters? The only thing matters is earning your first dollar. So the way you're thinking about, I gotta make it perfect. I gotta be so good before I take on client. You would get better so much faster when you work on projects. Because you need to test your stuff. You need to get your client sent the email. And remember what Sifu taught you? The best thing about this business, you're learning on the client's time. Aren't you? If it doesn't work, it doesn't cost you money. In business, something doesn't work, you fucking pay for it. This is like you're getting a world-class education on copywriting, on human psychology, on your client's time, and you're getting paid for it. How fucking good is that? Right? Earn while you learn. Right? And here's the thing, the more you fuck it up, the faster you learn. Because you're like, oh my God, okay, I guess I shouldn't use that kind of subject line. You don't do it no more. Right? So then your next client gets the benefit for sure. That's okay. You see, like all the fear, can you see? All the fears you have in your head, it's illusion. It doesn't exist. It's just us holding ourselves back. So fuck it up. Fuck it up. Go out there. Fuck it up. Right? Get the first one. Fuck it up. But my suspicion is, after 7 weeks, I don't think you'll fuck it up that much. Wouldn't you agree? I don't think you'll fuck it up more than any of the other copywriters they've used in the past. I doubt it. I don't think I'm that bad of a teacher. You're learning from Sifu. I don't think you're that bad. I don't think you could be that bad. I don't think so. So I believe in you. You got to believe in yourself. You got to work with me here, okay? And I won't beat you up if you fuck it up. But I would beat you up if you don't take action, though. What are we waiting for? Right? What are we waiting for? Just get the first gig. So the posture. Take on a project. You choose, here's the word, you choose if you want to invest your time. And then you will get that client where now you send the assignment, the gig, right? The copy is like, wow. This is awesome. It is? You'll be like, it is? Yeah, this is amazing. Right? Of course. You say, of course. And you don't know. So it's like this balance of where you're building your self-confidence, but you don't get cocky, and knowing your ego is not your amigo. Don't let that ego get in your head, get in the way. Is this balance. And I think as a mentor, that's what I want to provide you with the most. Building your self-confidence, self-esteem without you going off track. Showing you there's a bigger world out there. That's why I always want to be leading from the front. When I say leading from the front, I want to be where like many steps ahead. So that I could be the best mentor for you. I don't want it to be, unless you want to, that, oh, you learn from me for a little bit. Oh yeah, I got it. I've learned everything I could from Sifu Dan. Well, that means I'm not growing. Does it make sense? That means I'm not growing. And that's not the reality. Especially for the students who've been with me for any length of time. For the students who've been with me for any length of time. 1 year, year and a half, 2 years, 3, 4 years, 5 years. Actually, the longer my students are with me, the less they know. The longer they're with me, the less they know. When I say the less they know, meaning that, oh, I thought Sifu knows this. Actually, he knows this, and he knows this. And then it's like, he knows this much. And then as you get into like, it's like, you drinking from a fire hose, then you realize you're drinking from like a waterfall. Because I don't like to overwhelm my students. So I give them just enough, right? Just enough so you can digest, implement. And then you realize, actually, it's interesting because I have quite a few dragons. Desmond can actually share this. I have quite a few dragons, Dragon 100, who actually came from HTC or XIC. They've studied with me, learning closing, right? Learning marketing.
Yep.
And then they've been with me for some time, quite some time, right?
Yep.
And
Dev, for example, he's been since I think maybe season 2 or 3.
Season 2, yeah. So then when now they thought, oh, I learned a lot from Sifu and it's great, and it's helped him tremendously. And now they're in Dragon. What did they say?
Oh, they're overwhelmed. Even just last week, you delivered. It was supposed to be 2 hours. You delivered 4 hours, and I could tell that even by the first hour and a half, they were already sponge full, overwhelmed.
they're all highly successful. Keep in mind, right? And then now it's like, okay, finally I can teach you some like intermediate stuff. I don't even want to call it advanced, right? I can teach some intermediate stuff, which I love, right? Like this, it's more challenging. It's not challenging for me, but it's more challenging for them, right? So then it's like, now it's okay. Now I can teach you what I consider some like intermediate business marketing things, and the results have been like just crazy for them. Crazy. What's the a couple stories you got?
Which one do you want? Seafood?
Either one. I know I saw
Sure.
a couple.
Okay, so I'll give one. Dev, for example, back in 2018 was, working at a job, probably about 30,000 USD per year. Then, going through HTC, learns that, closes, builds his community in India. In 2019, he makes about 300,000. That's a big leap for India. Okay, this is not put down to India, but 300,000 in India, you're
So
making
from
quite a lot of money.
30K, triple first year with me, triple his income to almost 90,000.
Yep.
And then
after
second year, triple his income again to 300,000.
That's right.
Right.
And then implements HTI. He takes every course, he joins every program you got. Then he implements HTI. Now, HTI is very hands-off. There's no babysitting. He has to do all the work himself. Implements it. And then within a very short period of time, takes that 300,000, launches his events. I believe he even did something like 100,000 in the first 3 months of the year. He gets invited into Dragon 100. He attends one of his first events with you, one of his first sessions with you, implements the formula that you give him for events, does 350,000 in 3 days. And then,
so he made more money in 3 days than he made last year.
That's correct.
Then we just finished an event, right? Just finished event. We're still adding up the total, but this so far, adding it up combined with what he made this year, already so far, it's already bypassed $1 million.
Yep.
So I made him a millionaire.
And he kept pestering you and bugging you to do an event with him, and you kept pushing him away for how many years until he finally produced some results, like what maybe Alan Jacks did to you, and then you did the event with him.
What is HTI? HTI is Siva's advanced program called High Ticket Influencers. It's for influencers, people who are in the education space, speakers, authors who want to build a scalable business, educating, right? So he's in that. So it's like, what I'm saying is this a lot. It's just so much, and Siva wants to be the role model of. But even what I teach and there, it's still really, there's still a lot. I want to teach more advanced things, but not everybody understands it. So I'm training. It's like I'm training a group of students who I could. It's like Bruce used. Like, because two of my original instructors, Siva Tet Wong and Joe Lewis, both were students of Bruce Lee, right? Bruce used to train students. You know why? Actually, Bruce doesn't like to train. I actually like to teach, but Bruce Lee actually doesn't like to teach, right? He had multiple schools. He was training students. The only reason, this is what Siva Tet Wong told me, he likes to, he has to train other people because he wants to train other people so he could spar with them. He's too good, right? He's got no worthy opponent. So he trained these guys. So then they become good, and then he would become better and always a few steps ahead. So he was someone to play with. That's what it is, right? That's why I train these like black belt, like big 200 pound, 250 pounds guys, right? Like, just like he likes that, right? He trains, you can see Game of Death, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right? With like massive tall height, and Kareem couldn't touch the guy, right? Couldn't touch Bruce. So he likes that, right? I actually happen to like to teach, but I also like to teach so I could teach more, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it's like I'm excited. Like I like to get to I guess it's very intellectually stimulating for me, right? Very, very much so. So hopefully that I could get you from stage 1 to stage 2, stage 3, get you to 100K, just like maybe like Dev, get him from 30K to 90K to 300K to 1 million in every stage. I'm now been mentoring him for quite a few years, 2 years-ish now. That, yeah, every step of the way, if you need help, see if it's here, right? When you're ready, that I have, to get to that next level and the next level and the next level. And you can be assured, I'm always ahead. I'm staying at cutting edge because I'm growing. So secret number 2, look for ways to add more value or solve problems for your clients, even you might not get paid for it. Look for ways to add more value or solve problems for your clients, even you might not get paid for it. What does this mean? So we in the what kind of business? What business are we in? Revenue generating business. We're not in the writing business. So if there are ways that we can help the clients more beyond than just writing, should you do it? And I'll give you some examples, okay? One of the lower self thing that you will encounter is chances are when you are working with the right clients, your client, you might have this thing in your mind, the client makes more money than me, so they must be smarter. That little bit insecurity, that they're running $1 million business, they're running a $10 million business, they're running a $50 million business. I'm just making whatever I'm making, right? That's like, I don't know, that's good. So just because they're running a business, it doesn't mean they're smarter with your particular specific expertise. If you do this right? If you do this right, almost all the high-paying clients you get will be more financially successful than you. But it doesn't make them better than you. So when you're talking to them, the posture, how many of you experienced this a little bit with clients where they are more financially successful? So you feel just tiny little bit of, be honest, little bit of intimidated, right? A little bit of intimidation, like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't tell them how to do the marketing because they've been in the business for a long time, right? Or they have produced a certain amount of success. This is like when let's say if Sivo hires a contractor, okay? And I ask him, okay, build me $1 million home. Okay, maybe he couldn't afford $1 million home, but I hire him and I'm more financially successful, quote unquote, but I hire him to solve a specific problem for me. You with me? Right? I hire him because I know he could do this. So it's nothing to do with I have more money, I make more money. None of that matters. I want a house. He could build that for me. And that's good. That's his specialty. So it's the same thing with you. You are that contractor. You're that copywriter, right? Doesn't matter if this person runs a huge business. They are hiring you to do a specific thing. You're trading your skill in exchange of money. So when it comes to running a massive company, yeah, maybe they have more experience. But when it comes to building a house, you know more than they do. And that's why they hire you as a specialist. Does this give you more clarity of like your positioning? It's nothing to do with, this person has more business experience, anything like, no. You are the specialist with just email, or you're specialist for landing page. You're the specialist for this. That's it. Don't compare, right? And if you want to increase your income, your job, okay? Your job is to evolve from a copywriter to a trusted advisor. This is very, very key. And I learned this. If you want to increase your income, remember, I said Steve was going to share something with you that you will be able to use 3-6 months, a year from now. You may not get there yet, but your job is to evolve from just a copywriter. You start off as a copywriter, but you want to evolve the relationship from a copywriter to a trusted advisor. You with me? This is a big one. This is a big one. Do you think the people from Upwork and all those freelance sites, do you think they evolve from a copywriter to a trusted advisor? Do you think that's their intention? No. They're just focus on the writing. That's not our intention. I'm teaching you how to increase your income dramatically. I'm teaching you how to position yourself so you can command higher fees. I'm teaching you how you can be irreplaceable. You become irreplaceable when you're a trusted advisor. And the best companies allow their copywriters to get involved in product development. Write this down. Remember, we look for ways to add value. Right now, the limited thinking, your limitation is, oh, they've got this product, they're doing some kind of marketing. Well, they need some email, some push promotion email. I'll write some emails and they send it out. That's how you're thinking, viewing what you do. That's not as you evolve. We start off with that. When you get very good, you get involved in the early process. Okay? Because as a copywriter, if you've done your research, you would know what the customer wants, wouldn't you? Would you have a very good idea of what the customer wants? Yes or no? Right? You would know. You would know what are the hot buttons to push. Then doesn't it make sense to include those lessons, experience in planning, right? Your next big thing. If your client is thinking of launching a new thing, a new product, a new development, a new whatever it is, would your experience be valuable for them? So instead of like position yourself as the very end, you want to be in the beginning. You want to be very much beginning of the process. That's the difference. That's what Sifu was fucking good at. I can tell you this. From a copywriter, very quickly, I knew, right? I said, no, I don't just want to be a copywriter. And that's how I evolved into consulting and doing more and more things, right? So what does that mean? Would you like to see some examples how you could be more involved and add value beyond than just copywriting, right? Okay. Naming of the product. What do you call that product? Tagline of the product, brand, logo of the product, funnel strategy, traffic strategy, follow-up strategy, pricing strategy, offer strategy. When you transition, right, when you evolve from just a copywriter to provide, and you don't need to provide all these things. I'm not asking you to provide all these things, but as you evolve, you will be providing some of these things. Okay. So instead of just write some stuff for you. So example, let's say Desmond, can we do a quick role play? Would you like to see a quick role play?
Yep, let's do it, Sifu.
Okay. Yes.
Yep.
I don't hear excitement. Put some yes. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's say Des, you and I, we've been working together 6 months right now. Okay. You love the relationship. I've been making you a lot of money. It's great. And let's say you are an influencer, just for easy. And you have a low ticket offer, mid ticket offer, and now you're thinking of doing a ultra high ticket thing, right? Something that's selling for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to your base. Okay.
Yep.
And then you ask me to write copy.
Okay.
Just start with the conversation.
Got it. Okay. Hey, Dan, how things going?
Good. How's the family?
Yeah, really good, man. I mean, things have been going good for us for the past 6 months, right? Yes. I'm really happy with the work you've been doing. Hey, I reached out to you today because I wanted to just cut to the chase here. There's something I've been thinking about for the past, probably over a year. Okay. I just wasn't ready to launch it. Okay. And I'm just thinking because of the way you've been working, I'm thinking of launching a mastermind. I want to be able to provide my clients with that ultra exclusivity. Right now, it's still very one to many, one to group, but I'm getting the feedback from what I can see. I think you can see some in the Facebook group. There are some very high level students that would probably prefer me in some sort of mastermind or one-on-one coaching. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, what kind of price point are you thinking for this mastermind group?
I'm not sure. Maybe somewhere between 20, 30,000. What do you think?
20, 30,000. And are you thinking of who is the ideal members for this mastermind? Let me take some notes.
So at the moment, the ones that are doing really good, they're the business owners. They are already making anywhere. They're not even like your six-figure, 100,000. These are the ones that are 500,000. They've got 7-figure businesses. They are busy. They sometimes attend. You don't see them very active sometimes in the group, but they are busy with their businesses. I find that they normally have about 5 to 10 employees. But the challenge that they're having right now is how to scale or leadership issues, because they're like the primary person of their business.
Okay, so you're thinking about offering a high level of kind of more intimate experience, a service, a mastermind group to kind of your top tier of customers, right?
That's right.
How many you think you could handle? Because it would affect the way that we would sell this.
Yeah, so I was looking at what sort of big idea you've got as well. What sort of hook we can come up with?
If let's say that someone was to write you a check for $20,000, like what would I get?
They would get right now no one gets me for one-on-one.
Okay.
So I think capacity. I'm leaning away from the one-on-one because I don't think that can scale.
Okay.
Whereas I can do probably one to small groups.
How big? How small of a group? Like what would you be comfortable with?
Anywhere from 5 to 20, I think, and then I could provide 2 hours, twice a month with them. That's something I think I do.
Okay, so if, let's say you get 20 at 20K, that's like 240,000. Is that your goal, like your financial goal for conducting this program?
No. So what I'm actually trying to do with them is I'd like to work with them. Some of them I may even do joint ventures with down the road, but that's that could scale more. But what I'm thinking of doing is helping them, and then maybe even licensing my methodology, my IP of how I have coached them, that they can then bring to their company, or they might end up coaching other business owners to do. That's another possibility.
Okay, so that seems to me that it may be a different strategy, because if you want to have business owners in your program, they want to grow their own business. But if you want to have different types of licensees, right?
Yeah.
To actually grow your almost like a virtual remote franchise. That seems to me is two different groups.
So so then I should either do one or the other. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, unless, because if you want to scale to 20, so goes back. What is your financial goal?
Financial goal, I would say, is I would like to turn this at least into a 7-figure. I'm not doing it for the money, but I'm doing it more because I'm passionate about helping them. I think they're more sophisticated. I think, you get it, right, Dan? Like it's easier to talk to them about marketing. It's easier to talk to them about business issues, then. So I do it for the passion, but yeah, if it brings in 7 figures, I think that would make it worth my while.
It needs to be worth your time, right? Because you
That's
are
correct.
investing a lot of personal time. So I get that. And it will take them to the next level. So
That's correct,
in order to do that, then from what I see, a couple of things I see, we just need to kind of go a little bit deeper. Maybe it would be helpful if we do a block out a 2-3 hour, like a whiteboard kind of a session with us.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that we need to map it out. Because for the 20K, if you were to do 20K versus maybe 25 or 30K, it makes a difference to that $1 million mark, right?
Yeah.
So pricing wise, are you going to offer payment plan or no?
Yeah, I think definitely payment plan as well too. Obviously, a reduced price for upfront if someone pays in full. Okay. So you have a point. I was doing some quick calculations already. I was even thinking 35,000.
Okay.
That's even still not close enough.
But it helps that you don't need as many numbers, because if it's how you structure the offer. If you do groups, and you talked about you want to do twice a month, right? Like a 2-hour session.
So maybe I could do 2 groups. I can do maybe 2 groups. If I bump my numbers up to say 20 and I have 2 groups of 20,
Okay.
then, basically once a week I'm doing group A, group B, group A, group B.
But do you want to do different groups, or is there a way that we could actually put both groups together so that actually they help each other, but we come up with a structure so that they still get the attention that they need from you, but they could also help each other. So then you don't need to, because you would guarantee you're going to have some people from group A,
yes,
group B, and you're like, oh, I wish someone from group A, they should meet someone from group B. They could do some business, but now because you have 2 separate groups, and then you have the questions of, well, group A is going to ask, well, what is group B getting that I'm not getting? Or vice versa.
I like where you're going with this. I like that idea. Yes. And also then it doesn't suck up as much of my time. I can leverage some of the stronger members to also help with some of the other junior members or the weaker ones as well.
Yeah. So what do you think is the name of this program? What name are you thinking?
I've always been very big on Dream Team, but I want to save that for something else. I got a domain of Titans. Titans was something that came to my mind.
Okay, Titans.
What are your thoughts? I mean, what comes to your mind when you hear this?
Titans.
What's something a good copy?
Titans are pretty good. I mean, Titans are a pretty strong word. Depends on also if you want to attract. Do you want to attract more male entrepreneurs or female entrepreneurs?
True.
Because female entrepreneurs, they may not think themselves as Titans, right?
Right. You're right.
So
you have a good point.
That might be it. So that's something we need to consider as well, right?
Yeah. And my demographic is about 60-40. 60 males, 40 females.
There you go, right? So, and also in terms of the brand, what color are you thinking?
Very royal colors, golds, blues, or dark shades of, not black, but charcoal.
Okay.
And contrasting.
And let's say we have the brand and we're going to do the whiteboard session, but let's say with the brand, with the pricing all finalized, how do you plan to launch this to your list?
I know. That's a good question.
Never thought about that, right?
No, not yet. So, I was just, going to do some email blasts. I was going to do a live. I was going to make an announcement, create some urgency and scarcity. But challenge funnel.
This, you're only going to take on a number, let's say 40, 50 people. If you're charging whatever, 35K. Do you actually want to do a live to your entire list? Because out of the entire list, how many of them are qualified?
Okay, so what do you like a quiz funnel, a challenge funnel, something where we use through email copy or through responses, then we can start to segment the list?
Yes. So chances are, I think we need a very, very specific funnel from you.
Okay.
I would say probably an application funnel of some sort. So they apply for this, but we need an other filter so that we only talk to the ones they put up their hand and they say, this, I'm qualified for this and I want this. They go through the filter number 1, and we're going to talk about pages and emails and all that. And then if they still qualify, then they can apply. So there's probably a couple funnels there. And if you want to market this cold, then the first step, we could also put people through the filter number 1 before they go to the application, because you're not going to market the application to the public. That makes no sense. They don't know us yet, right? But we could talk about all that. We could talk about all that for sure.
And even the application, I'm not going to get on the phone. I've got my right-hand guy that can get on the phone and do the closing or vetting them. And then after that, I would, review the applications before letting them in. Is that correct?
Yeah. So once we map this out in terms of the pricing, the actual offer, what they get, and the delivery of the program, so it's scalable. It doesn't like kill you for your time. You still have a lot of quality time. They would get you to $1 million. Then we can break it down in terms of what landing pages, what ads, what emails that you might need to follow up, right? Then we know what kind of copy you want me to write. So why don't we do the first session first? Do 3 hours. You block all the time, I block all the time. We'll map this out. Then we'll break it down into execution. When are you planning to launch this?
I want to launch it before people go back to work. Business owners, I always believe they are mapping out their last quarter. So it's August, right? We're coming into August and before September. So ideally by the end, the last week of August. Doesn't give us much time.
Okay. No, you got it. Okay. Pause off the role play. Do you see, actually I see it's before I talk about writing copy, I need to get all those things down. What's the right move, the right strategy, right? Not just, oh, I need some stuff. He was calling me to write some stuff. I'm like, okay, before we write some stuff, let's take a look. What is the overall? Do you see that my relationship is a trusted advisor, not just a copywriter? He doesn't see me just a copywriter. I don't want him to see me just a copywriter. From the product development, from the brand, from the title, from everything, right? And then we go into the offer. Then we go into all these other things. So that's the difference. Do you think I would get more respect as a copywriter by adding value this way? Do you see the trust between me and the client? Do you think he's thinking about, oh, I'll just get someone on Fiverr to write some copy then for my launch of this high-end program? And I'm not playing Dan Lok. Like this role play, I'm playing you. This is how you should sound. I would sound very different if I'm Dan Lok with this consultation. Like I'm not playing as Sifu. I'm playing as if I'm a student, that how I would sound. I'm not overly, I'm not overly Sifu Dan, and it's not. If it's because it's me, I would boom, 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 boom. Like I would already like, no, do this. Like it's a different thing, right? So this is me as you, how it should sound, right? Like it's a back and forth, right? It's I'm asking him, what do you think about this, right? You build relationships. Also think about, do you know vendors that you can recommend? Do you know other specialized copywriters that can help with the project? Maybe you know a couple. How many of you know just a few copywriters? Right? In our family. So maybe you do emails, but you don't do landing page. Could you refer that to your brothers and sisters? Yes or no? Would your clients appreciate that they don't have to look and hunt, right? You know what? I happen to have a colleague here. You know, we learn the same way. Also very competent, very professional. I can bring her in, and she can write your landing page. I can focus on the emails. We could work together, right? We're on the same page. Your client doesn't care who writes that stuff. They don't care who does the writing. They want results. So you get, and there's no way you could be good at with everything. After a while, remember, generalize, later on you specialize. You would then specialize in certain things. Do you know tech that can solve this problem for your clients? Right? Do you know tech that can solve, if you know that they have a certain tracking issue, let's say for the ads, you don't just say, oh, I'm a copywriter. That's not, I'm not a tech guy. That's not my business. Do you do that? No, not as a trusted advisor. As a copywriter, you'd be just none of my business. But as a trusted advisor, you want to find different ways to add value, right? Different ways. Like my copy chief now, he is helping me with actually strategy offer, but also introducing certain relationships that I could also joint venture with. That's not his job, that's not in his job description. But you see how Sifu was circling back to reputation. The longer you're in this business, the more people you know, the more copywriters you know, the more vendors you know, all that, it's part of your reputation. You bring that to the table. You bring a skill to the table, but you bring so much more to the table. So when Sifu is working with someone, if I'm helping them to scale, do you think Sifu just gives them advice? No. They get my team. They get my contacts from over how many years, right? Then when they need to meet someone, I can pick up the phone and say, I can introduce. And that one connection is it's invaluable to them. So I don't just give them advice. The advice is simply a mean to an end. I want to get them to where they want to go, whatever goal that they have, right? They want to go from, 2 million to 10 million, okay? there's a gap in 8 million. What do you need? And let's find out what's the gap is, and I help them bridge that gap faster than they could do it on their own. Make sense? So you need to think that way. That's why I said we're in a revenue generating business. When you understand this and you remember it, you never ever forget it, then you know what you're supposed to do. That guides all your decisions. You got it? And never get jealous of your clients making more money than you. You want them to make a lot more money than you. So never get jealous. You might think, like, I wrote this piece, I wrote this campaign, right? They pay me $20,000 for all these copy and they make $500,000, $1 million. Don't be like, damn, how come I don't make more? You don't want to think that way. Here's how this profession works. You want the pie to be bigger because you're getting a slice of it. So the bigger the pie, the bigger your slice. Keep in mind, you don't have all the headaches that the client has. Yes? You focus on what you do. You don't need to manage the people and do all this stuff. You don't need to do any of that stuff. Create a product, fulfillment, all this. Like, you don't need to do any of that. So you want them to make more money than you, right? You are the facilitator. You're happy when they have a record year. Don't no resentment of, oh, damn, I wish I get more. No, that's coming from scarcity mindset, right? Yes? And the more money they make, guess what? The more money you make. You want them to make a lot of money. You want them to make a lot. That's the whole model. It's a win-win. You don't want to be, they paying you a lot of money and they don't make a lot. That's not a good model. Is that sustainable? No. You want a long-term successful relationship, a win-win relationship, right? And what's better? When they give you a recommendation, you know what? I hire you, and in 2 years, I grew my company to this, to that. From 3 million is now doing, 10 million. And it's because of the copy that you wrote, all the help that you provided. Now, think about that case study. When you need to get the next client, you may not even ever need to get the next client, but let's say you do. You bring that to the table, right? I help so-and-so to go from 3 million to 10 million in 2 years. You see how that your reputation precedes you? That's what Steve was talking about. Oh, by the way, you don't get this if you don't try to work with client now, do you? You just keep hiding. Stop hiding. There's no hiding here, right? You got to go out there. Fall down a couple times, fail a couple times. It's okay. So think about how you can add value, okay? How you can add value. And Steve's not here to talk about Dragon 100, but think about if you're working with a client, you're writing copy, but if they need certain help on strategy, on marketing, right? Let's say they're doing, 3 million, let's say 3-4 million. There's things that you want to help them to accelerate. It would be much easier if they qualify, you refer them to Dragon 100. Because then see if we can work with them more closely to also make your job easier as a copywriter. Because I would be recommending, okay, you're my student. I train you, right? And then I have my team work with you to help this client to get better results. You see how this works? So think of ways outside of what you do. Think about what you're selling, right? Outside of what you do to add value. Is this too advanced? Or are you getting this? I think you get it, right? Yes. Like why we need to do this. Don't think like a typical copywriter. We're high-income copywriter, and that's how high-income copywriter thinks, right? And here's the thing, the minute your client sees you as a trusted advisor, you're no longer a service provider. The minute they see you as a trusted advisor, they no longer see you as a service provider. You're not a commodity anymore. So therefore, you're irreplaceable, you're invaluable. You're in command because you're in demand. They need you. They want you. They want you to be around them. Now you can name your price. Do you think any problem? Let's say with Desmond and I, that conversation, I said to him, "Hey, Des, for the 3 hour, I'm going to charge you X amount of dollars for that. Let's say half a day of whiteboard mapping this out." Do you think he would have any problem investing that? No. Do you think it would have any problem after the 3-4 hours of brainstorming? And I said, you need 10 landing pages, 50 emails, not to get work, but really that's what he needs to map it all out. Do you think he would have any would he be like, oh, well, Dan, after 4 hours, let me just get a quote from other people and just kind of like compare?
In fact, Sifu, the role I was playing, I was actually just about to get to the point of saying, hey, why don't I fly you up? Fly you here, pay for your hotel, pay for your airplane ticket. Let's spend a whole day together and do this.
Yeah. And do you think I have any problem if I say, hey, man, I don't travel anything less than business class? I want to be fresh when I arrive, right?
Damn, it's twisting my arm now.
Right? And usually Ritz-Carlton and Peninsula, man.
Oh, man. And nice uni, right? Uni sushi.
That's right. It's a must. Right? So, you know what I'm talking about? It's seriously, it's a very fun and rewarding and win-win relationship. That's how it should be. You see, the way you're approaching, you're looking at clients, some of you're fearful of the clients. You're a little bit intimidated by them, right? Or you see them as, no. It's almost, I don't want to say it's a friendship, because it is not just a friendship because you don't pay your friends. But it is it's a very trusted advisor relationship. That's what this is. And it's very, very important you understand this, because like that's how Sifu got to, like, from that 6-figure as a copywriter to multiple. I realized, oh, actually they want all kinds of help, and they want all kinds of help, and I could provide more help. And it's a very natural, it's never, don't see this, please, okay? This is not an upsell. Don't treat the relationship as, I'm going to upsell this kind of service. I'm going to upsell them my consulting. No. That you would fuck it up. That wouldn't work. It's totally organic. You see, the Desmond and I, the conversation is very, very natural, back and forth. It's like, do you need more help with this? Yeah, sure. Why don't we do half a day? Sure. And I charge X. Great. Right. And then all this other services, it's going to be our typical arrangement of the price. Okay, sure. You see, I'm not trying to, she's not trying to nickel and dime me. I'm not trying to, force him into things. It's like, we enjoy working together because we're here to get results. He knows that I'm here to provide results. I'm not trying to gouge him for extra work. I'm not trying to ding him on the get a free flight or shit like that. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's the difference. So that's the difference you need to get. That only comes from high self-esteem, the right self-image, and lots of confidence. If you're getting it, put in the chat, say, I am getting it, Sifu. Nice. Is this valuable for you? What Sifu shared with you? Just secret number 3. Number 2, actually. Good. Secret number 3. Now it is secret number 3. Big money. Big money comes from breakthrough ideas. Big money comes from breakthrough ideas. You want the big bucks? You got to figure this out. I can't teach you this overnight, but you need to figure this out. Okay? You need to figure this out. Actually, I want to answer a quick question. I saw that. Let's say if you are working with the clients, I'm going to give you, this is bonus. Can I give you a bonus? Let's give you a bonus, like a bonus tip. The consulting part. There are many ways you can approach consulting, okay? You could use it as a free consulting, consult with clients. Okay, once you get good, if you're no good, don't consult yet. Okay, you gotta get good at this, but assuming you're good. You can charge, you can do it free, and then you upsell them, you offer them your copywriting services. Okay? Let's say I do consultation. Let's say I'm just getting started. I charge, let's say, how about $150 an hour? How many of you will be happy making $150 an hour for your time? Right? $150 US dollars, right? Okay. You pay for $150 just on the phone, right? So let's say $150 and later on you can up it, but let's say $150. I could say, okay, usually my consulting rate is $150 per hour, and I will waive that if we could talk. I'll give you an hour of my time. If it's a good fit, you can offer copywriting services. You got that, right? So you offer it for free, and then you charge for the services. But it gives the perception of value of your time. You see how that works? It gives perception of the value of your time. And how do they take advantage and redeem and book a time? Through your booking link. Here's another thing you can do. You could charge $150. You actually charge them when you're good. You charge them, and then you say, if we end up doing business, I would credit what I charge towards my copywriting fee. So let's say Desmond is a brand new client through a referral. He knows I'm good. I would say, hey, Desmond, let's go back to that exact scenario. I would say, let's do a whiteboard for 3 hours. It's going to be $450, right? Let's make it $500 And if we end up doing business, you need the right copy. I'll credit the $500 you pay me towards my copywriting services. Oh, awesome. Boom, right? Easy close.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's easy, very easy. Or you actually charge, once you're very good, you charge both. You charge for consulting and you charge for copywriting. Kind of like the ones who have the trust, right? If it's a referral, I just charge for both. Or sometimes you would do copywriting first. You're doing copywriting, and then when they need help, and it's a very specific thing. I'm not like, don't try to nickel and dime your clients for everything that you do. That's not so good. But if they actually need time to go into solving a problem, then you can, in the beginning, you're a copywriter, you charge your copywriting services. On the back end, you charge them additional for your time. You with me? See the different ways you can do this, how you can package. Is that useful? Yes. Okay, so you can totally do that. And when you refer clients to your brothers and sisters, you should ask for a referral fee. And for if other people refer clients to you, you should pay them a referral fee. Agree? Yeah. It's you should get a referral fee. Now, how much you want to charge, it's up to you. It could be like, I would always, just to be fair, it's only the first time. So let's say I'm working with a client. The client needs 3 landing page. I refer, let's say I'm HIC. I refer to a brother sister, and it's a $2,000 project. Okay. Only the first time I would get a referral fee. I wouldn't ask personally where if the client keeps hiring, right, who I refer, then I keep getting a fee. No, it's only just the first time for making that introduction. Fair enough? You got it? Right? It's fair for you, fair for them, right? Just the first time. That's how I would do it. That's how I recommend you to do it. That $2,000 maybe is, 25%.
Sifu, got a question for the community, for the brothers and sisters. Should they collaborate? Like, say, for example, I double down and become way better at emails.
Oh,
and
yeah,
a brother or
1,000%.
sister
Yeah,
good at
1,000%.
landing pages, right?
Yeah, 1,000%.
Okay, then we collaborate.
1,000%.
Got it.
Yeah. And then it's nice because then the client knows that you almost got a little team going, right?
It's like saying we graduated together, we know each other, but John's better at landing pages. I'm way better at emails. And we both know each other.
You guys have been talking to each other and helping each other. You kind of know your brother and sister, their work ethics, right? And you will know the copy level. So it's not like a risk of you referring someone you don't know. You're referring someone who you've sparred with, you've trained with, right? That you're comfortable. And that's awesome. Like, Sifu wants to see that. That's really, really good. Okay. So yeah, it could be a 25%, 30%, whatever you're comfortable with, right? To be fair to each other, right? Not that, it's not to, make a bunch of money from it. It's just a nice gesture of, thank you for referring clients. Thank you for thinking of me, right? Thank you for bringing me the business. It's awesome. We work on this together. It's just a nice gesture, right? Not that you need that few $100 or a few $1,000. It's nice, right? Really nice. So secret number 3, big idea comes from breakthrough. Big money comes from breakthrough ideas. So what makes an offer work? What makes a prospect want to read your copy? Remember, what is the ad for the ad is the headline, isn't it? Right? It's the headline. We want to capture people's attention with the headline. Yes, but it's also the idea behind the headline, the concept around which you wrap the whole package, your whole idea, your offer, that gets a prospect interested in your offer, right? I call that a breakthrough idea, right? And that comes from Alan, because his company was called Business Breakthrough Technologies, a breakthrough, right? Not just a good idea, it's something that they haven't seen. So what is a breakthrough idea? And why is that important? Because nowadays, your prospects have seen it all. Look at your Facebook, look at your Google, look at your webpage. They're jaded, they're skeptical, yes or no? Right? They're getting bombarded with sales messages and ads and all these things, retargeting ads, emails. So to learn copywriting, you need to learn how to craft benefit, because most people don't even know how to communicate benefit versus feature. But even an average copywriter, once you learn it, once you use instant scripts, could you not craft a benefit-driven headline? Yes or no? Today, could you do it? Okay. But if you want your copy to convert way better, I'm not talking about being an average copywriter. I'm talking about like everything I'm sharing with you tonight, the next step. Your breakthrough idea, you need to, the offer, the thing, it needs to be anchored in a strong, unique, and compelling breakthrough idea. Strong, unique, and compelling. Write it down. Strong, unique, and compelling. This is not easy, by the way. That's why I said it's advanced. But you need to understand this first. At least get the idea. You need this. Okay? This is the idea that drives the offer, sets it apart from all the clutter, grabs the reader's attention. Because our mind, we want to look for what's new. When it's like same old boring, we ignore it. So how can you present something new and interesting way to say what everyone else is saying and has said many, many times before, but in an interesting, in a different way? How do you do it? Right? I'll give an example. There are a lot of different types of weight loss type books and stuff that's out there. Yes or no? How many of them? Thousands. So back in the days, when Sifu was marketing on ClickBank, and I used to have multiple products on ClickBank. I had like multiple best-selling products. I was making a ton of money. The good old days, right? Well, it felt like a lot of money back in the day. So I was marketing on ClickBank, and there was a particular product, an ebook. I think it was back in probably, we're talking 2010-ish, 2011-ish, something like that. And the truth about six-pack abs. Now, from the whole bunch of stuff to this is the big idea. It's not just how to lose weight. No, it's a very, very unique, back in the days, very unique and compelling and specific idea. The truth about six-pack abs. This particular ebook. And it's got the ebook, it's got a few other products and on the back end. But do you see the difference from like exercise, all this type of stuff, to like a very breakthrough idea? Right? A breakthrough idea. Now, how breakthrough is this? Well, I would say it's pretty fucking breakthrough, because back in 2011, the guy behind the product was doing $1 million a month with that product. Not a year, a month. Back in 2010, 2011, when $1 million is actually means something. And it was on Tim Ferriss' show. Tim Ferriss interviewed him. Now, not just this ebook, but it has different types of back end, but that was the big idea. The truth about six-pack abs that built the business. By the way, the 4-hour work week, is that a big idea? You bet. Made him mega best-selling author. That was a huge, huge breakthrough idea. right? Well, but they think about the content of it, automation, internet-based business. It's good, but it's not like it's new. But the breakthrough idea is like 4-hour work week. Boom. Like that's revolutionary. And that's the trick. A breakthrough idea has to give the reader something they don't know. It has to engage the reader and be intriguing enough to draw them in while making imply promise. Underline imply promise. Okay. Would you like to see some examples? And not just talking about a unique mechanism. There's a breakthrough idea is something you can wrap around, unique, compelling, strong. Okay. That's what can help me read the headline.
Napoleon's military spies discover the Spanish army's secret for robust heart health. Spain's military doctors use the secret weapon to transform their soldiers into a frontline superhuman fighting force. On this page, discover exactly what it is and how to get some for yourself.
Yes. So what's the unique breakthrough idea here? What's the unique component? Yes, Napoleon's, right? Military spies, curiosity, secret weapon. So it could be just a headline. It's like how to blah, 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 improve your heart health, right? No, or even the secret of that's not as good. The uniqueness comes from that particular story. Here's another one.
Want to slash strokes from your game almost overnight? Amazing secret discovered by one-legged golfer adds 50 yards to your drive, eliminates hooks and slices, and can slash up to 10 strokes from your game almost overnight.
So imply, right? Imply promise benefit. But what's the unique, unusual thing about it? The fucking golfer's got one leg. He's got one leg, this dude, right? If he can do it, then I can do it. Very, very compelling. Very, very compelling. And it doesn't, now here's what I know. I see what you're thinking. It's the headline. See if it's not talking about a headline. A breakthrough idea is not the headline. It is not even the content. No, it's none of those things. It is something that has legs, something that captivates people's imagination, something that only you could promise and other people. It's quite difficult to knock off. Eventually, you will get knocked off, but in the beginning, right? A breakthrough idea. iPhone is a breakthrough idea. iPod, breakthrough idea. Okay, you got it? It's not the headline because you're thinking just like, no, I'm not talking just about the copy, okay? Here's an example. A course used to be very famous on infomercials called No Down Payment, teaching people how to invest in real estate using no down payment method. This has sold millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars over infomercial. Is no down payment, 3 words. Is that a breakthrough idea, yes or no? Not just how to invest in real estate. No down payment. Boom! Right? It's a very, very specific promise. Right? And it's a powerful promise. Right? Now, it doesn't mean you don't need to use money, but it just means you don't need to have to use your own money. You can use the bank's money, you can use investors' money, right? Once you get into the program, but the big idea is no down payment. And I want you to take a look at even a subheadline, how to buy your first home or investment property with no down payment. So how to buy your first home. So maybe I'm just a home buyer. I'm not thinking of being an investor. Can I buy this? Yes or no? Would this benefit me as a buyer? What if I already have a home? I'm looking to buy my second, third, fourth, fifth investment property. Maybe I have done some investment deals, but always use my own money. Could I buy this? Would this hook me, right? No down payment. Is that a breakthrough idea? Absolutely, it is. And it built, right, a huge product line. Here's another one you recognize. FU money. Is that a big idea? You bet. That's a breakthrough idea. It's a breakthrough idea that has produced millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. Now, the content itself, really, what Steve is talking about within FU money, the concept is to make enough money to quit your job, right? So you don't need a job. That's what the content is about. Yes? Forget the writing style, right? I know you enjoy Steve's writing style, but put that aside. That's what the content. So what if the idea, instead of FU money, is quit your job? Do you see the difference? You see the difference? That few words, it has like an attitude. It's edgy. Is that what I think it is? Does he really mean that? Right? Like that's a pretty strong thing, but it's like something that people deep down is thinking about. Like, tell the boss to fuck off, right? It appeals to the emotion, and it's hard hitting, and this is a breakthrough idea. It's incredibly simple now, is it? Can you see? Isn't it? It's very very simple, but that's what makes a breakthrough idea. It's very simple. 4-hour work week. It's very simple, right? Mega best-selling book. FU money, very, very simple, right? Mega best-selling book. It's that's how it should be. High-tech closer. That's a breakthrough idea. How many programs are out there on sales? How many fucking books are out there on sales? Isn't that a very saturated market? You bet. Been around a long, long time. I'm not selling sales. I'm talking about a very specific way of closing that's inbound based, that you're not cold calling, plus it's high ticket. You see how this works? And that's a breakthrough idea with 3 simple words. People recognize, oh, it is still sales. It's my methodology of sales, but I don't call it Dan Locke's methodology of sales. That's not a breakthrough idea. The breakthrough idea has legs. Same thing, by the way. HIC is the same breakthrough idea. Copywriting, lots of copywriting. No. High income. One client. Not like Upwork working with 100 clients. No, that's my thing. Opposite. One client, high income, simplicity. You see how it's a very unique, compelling idea people could grasp within 1 second. And finding a breakthrough idea takes a lot of work. Steve won't tell you this is easy. This is not easy. But the payoff could be huge for your clients, for you and your clients. It makes your copy way easier to sell. Everything would be better. Your conversion would be better. Your ad cost would be lower. Everything. Your response rate would be higher. Everything will work better. In my career, Steve has come up with maybe 15, 20 of these breakthrough ideas in my entire career. Just so you know. So if I come up with 2 a year, that's good. Just to give you a comparison. This is not something, I'll come up with a in a weekend. No, if I'm good, I might come up with maybe 2 a year. Not easy. This is the hardest part. And this is not something that I could just, teach you in like not even a couple hours. This is like, it needs to refinement, but I'm just teaching it to you when you are working with clients, knowing don't just write something. Just like if I'm talking with Desmond, if I go in on the 3-hour session with his high level mastermind group, I would ask, well, how is it going to be different from all the stuff that's out there? What would focus on? What's the breakthrough idea? I would probably spend a good hour and a half just brainstorming on that thing, right? What's the big thing? And then I need to turn that breakthrough idea into a brand if it's a new thing. So the idea, think a high ticket closer, the idea is to help someone who don't know anything about sales, never done sales, but yet they could get into a profession and learn a skill that could help them make really more money in an hour than what they make in a week or in a month. Now, how could I do that? I cannot do that if I teach them all kinds of sales techniques, right? I cannot teach my students all kinds. I need to focus on where's the low-hanging fruit. The low-hanging fruit is inbound. Because when people call you, you're the expert. When they call them, you're the salesperson. Now, it doesn't mean within HTC, more like the other levels, once they go deeper, I teach them how to actually pick up the phone and call someone. That's fine. But the initial fundamental program, I need to be more accessible and have a very high success rate. Does that make sense? So from there, so then I know, okay, so let's focus on inbound. If we focus on inbound, that's good. But if you're doing inbound, if you're not careful, you become a fucking customer service person, right? Because a customer service person technically is an inbound person, right? So that doesn't make sense, right? So like, I don't want that. How is my students going to make money? So out of all that, the only way that it makes work, and I thought about what I've done, is if it's high ticket. So that when if it's high ticket, you make the clients $3,000, $5,000, $10,000, they're happy to pay you 10, 15%. Well, if you close a $10,000 deal, you make $1,000 in that 1 hour. Now that's life-changing. You see, that's like all the elements into it. So then I know that that's the breakthrough idea. It's inbound, it's premium, it's high profit margin, is working with a certain types of business, is like all these things are laid out. Okay, then how can I distill that into a couple of words? And from there, that's how HTC was born. You got it? Not easy. Not easy, but I spend a lot of time. So from the idea to the brand to everything, to the color, to everything really. And then you go into exactly what's included in the course, how do you find clients, all that, all in. So then the course curriculum itself is to teach, really not just teach, but take anyone who knows sales, who doesn't know anything about sales, would never have any sales experience, and that anyone could go through 7 weeks, and by that time they could actually call, right? They can take on their call if they're role playing and actually close. Now that's hard. That is hard. That's not easy to do, right? And now we've done so many seasons. We have so many, so many successful students. James, when did you know you were into something big? How did you validate the idea? James, the only way you validate the idea is the marketplace. Because when you do something, the marketplace would respond in a way that you would not imagine. That it's almost like it doesn't require a lot of effort to get any kind of traction. It just kind of has this snowball effect. It just somehow you would sense it, and it's going to be different from anything that you've ever done. Then when I've got a breakthrough idea. So when Sifu said, I came up with 15, 20 over the years, not all of them like a home runs. I'm talking about out of the 20, a handful of home runs. But one home run could be worth, just like the truth about apps, one breakthrough idea, a $10, $11 million business. The other ones are making little. That's the difference. And that's what I get paid to do. That's why Steve gets to pay you the big bucks, right? Dragon asked me, what's that breakthrough idea, right? And I would go back and forth, right? And I have nowadays, I would say, I have a pretty good feeling. Still not 100% though. Still not, like I'm telling you, not 100%. Right? Samuel is asking, how often do you do HTC? HTC is ongoing. Samuel, you can enroll anytime. If you want a serious learning, like how to close, kind of like Desmond, what I do, you can enroll anytime. Does that help? Yes, Chris. Yes, I'm helping you to think, right? How I see things. Secret number 4. All great copywriters are great storytellers. Write this down. All great copywriters are great storytellers. So big money comes from breakthrough ideas, yes? Big money also comes from storytelling. Sifu is not teaching you the easy stuff. I know this stuff is not easy. I'm just teaching you the big money stuff. I'm not teaching you the easy thing. I'm teaching you stuff that makes you a lot of money. I'm teaching you things that makes me a lot of money. That's why I said you may not fully understand, you may not be able to fully apply what I'm teaching you, but when you want to get to the big bucks, you need this. These are the few key things that takes you to a whole new level. When you understand how to add value beyond than just your skill, right? When you understand the breakthrough idea, how do you create that uniqueness, right? When you understand that how much you charge, the fee you command is based not on your skill, but on your reputation. That means how you treat your client, how you do your work, how you were introduced. This is the secrets behind the secrets. That would be the best way I would describe this. This is not service level. There's some pretty important lessons I've learned over the years, okay? And I'm taking a risk of like teaching this to you because I don't know how much you understand, but I found that I need you to get it because it's important. It's important for you to know. So all great copywriters, not good copywriters, all great copywriters are storytellers. Why? Why do you use stories? Number 1, engagement. When you're writing a story, people are more engaged. It's proven to work through time. Look at the Bible. It's been around for how many years? Stories. Stories. You stand out from almost you would see a lot of the breakthrough ideas. Once you have that breakthrough ideas, is attached with some kind of story, almost without exception. But the story itself is not the breakthrough idea. The breakthrough idea is the breakthrough idea. But there's always usually a story attached to it. Also, it's personal versus corporate. You can penetrate the market faster with stories. People relate to stories faster than just a corporate brand. Would you agree? Easier to share. Look at a lot of viral videos, a lot of different things that you see on social media. What are they? They are stories. They're stories. Why do we watch movies? Stories. And great story automatically builds a higher price. I'll prove to you in just a minute. And the press loves a good story. You get some free publicity for your clients too. Okay. So storytelling. Storytelling. I'll give you an example. Let's just pretend that you are a basketball fan. Okay, can we do that? You're a huge basketball fan. Can we just put on their head for a second, okay? For this example, and you are a Michael Jordan fan. Okay, so who are you? You are a Michael Jordan fan. Okay. So you look at the Michael Jordan, let's say he's an Air Jordan, you're a Jordan fan. How much is this pair of shoes? How much would you pay for it? Let's say you're assuming you're a big fan. Let's see, 120, 150, 200. So a couple $100, right? Just Air Jordan, couple $100. Okay. What if I said that this has the signature, autograph, authentic, by MJ? So Michael Jordan signed this, and you're a big fan. How much would you pay for that? If you could pay for it. If money's not an issue. Money's not an issue. So 1,000, 3,000. I want you to write down the number on your notepad. You'll see. So from 200-300, now it's jumped to what? Thousands, right? Okay. So what if I told you that this pair of shoes is not only he signed it, he actually wears it a few times. Now, how much is this? How much would you pay if you have the money? And the money's not an issue. So he signed it and actually has and you're a big Jordan fan, keep in mind. How much? How much you think you can sell it for? $50K. We got some huge numbers, 50, 60K. Okay, and let's add one more story element to it. Assuming this is real. Not only he wears this, not only he signed it, this is that pair of shoes where he played the last game before he retired. And there's a picture of him taking off the shoes and signing it. There's only one pair in the world. How much is this worth? Millions. Okay, I'm seeing some big numbers here. So what's the lesson here? Has the item itself, the intrinsic value, like being able to wear it and walk, has the intrinsic value changed? No. What has changed? So what have we done here? Why suddenly something that's worth a few hundred, not only we 10 times it and 10 times and 10 times it again? Still the same pair of shoes. What has changed? The story. The story adds the perceived value for the item. Now, if that's not powerful, I don't know what the fucking thing is. Suddenly you can take something from this and 100x the value, and people would fight for it. Is that a superpower? You better believe it. It's not the thing, it's the thing that sells the thing. And what sells the thing is the fucking story. And almost, I could tell you, almost no copywriters know how to craft story unless they're fucking good. Even good copywriters don't know how to craft story. They just don't know. Because it's hard. That's why you get paid the big bucks. That's why you get paid the big bucks. When you can combine, listen to me, the breakthrough idea with a fucking great story, your client would pay you huge sums of money. If you can do that. Now, those things, none of those two things are easy. Both of those two things are super hard. Okay, I'll just tell you right now. But that's why you get paid the big bucks. Rich people do what is easy. Poor people do what's easy. That's why the life is hard. Rich people do what's hard. That's why the life is easy. Right? With me? Yes? A copywriter who doesn't use great stories is going to get further lost in the market. A copywriter who does use great stories. You have to think about how to use stories. So I'm going to give you an example. Okay. That's you can. This is the blue blocker sunglasses in a full page ad, and I want it's a pair of glasses, but I want you to pay attention specifically for the story. So that's you can help me read this aloud.
Got it. Vision breakthrough. When I put on the pair of glasses, what I saw, I could not believe, nor will you.
Now pause. The first headline, sub-headline, what does it do? What does it do? Let's see if you know the answer. Curiosity, but it puts you right in the middle of a story. It's not talking about feature. It's, I could not believe, could you? Right? Yes, please
Okay.
keep going.
So I'm about to tell you a story. If you believe me, you will be well rewarded. If you don't believe me, I'll make it worth your while to change your mind. Let me explain. Len is a friend of mine.
Pause for a second.
Yep.
That opening paragraph is fucking brilliant. Right in the beginning, I'm going to tell you a story. And he's talking to, if you believe me, you'll be well rewarded. If you don't believe me, I'll make it worth your while. It's like, you know what he's done? It's brilliant. It's so it's a yes, it's no, it's still a yes. So it's like, hey, you know what? If you don't like me, you should go on a date with me. If you do like me, you should go on a date with me. Like it's a no answer. It's a yes answer, right? Keep going.
So Len is a friend of mine who has an eye for good products. And one day he called me excited about a pair of sunglasses he owned. It's so incredible, he said. When you first look through a pair, you won't believe it. What will I see? I asked. What could be so incredible? Len continued. When you put on these glasses, your vision improves. Objects appear sharper, more defined. Everything takes on an enhanced 3D effect. And it's not just my imagination. I just want you to see for yourself.
Pause. Now that is storytelling, but combined with dialogue. Write this down. That's a very advanced technique, right? See if it's not taught you, but you will see it's a dialogue. It's not a third-party description. Good storytellers know how to use dialogue. It's one of the techniques in storytelling. Why are dialogue so powerful? Because it puts you right in the action. It just puts, it's like a movie. A movie doesn't describe, oh, here's the scene. No, boom, it puts you right in the middle of the action. Kind of, the James Bond movie opening. It doesn't explain where's he going. No, just right in the middle. Every single James Bond movie, right? Right in the action. Explosion, mission, something is happening, right? Keep going.
Couldn't believe my eyes. When I received the sunglasses and put them on, I couldn't believe my eyes. I kept taking them off and then putting them on to see if what I was seeing was indeed actually sharper, or if my imagination was playing tricks on me. But my vision improved. I was obvious, kept put on my cherished $100 pair of sunglasses and compared them. They didn't compare. I was very impressed. Everything appeared sharper, more defined, and indeed had a greater 3-dimension look to it. But what did this product do that made my vision so much better? I found out. The sunglasses, called blue blockers, filter out the ultraviolet and blue spectrum light waves from the sun. You've often heard the color blue used for expressions of bad moods, such as Blue Monday or I have the blues. Apparently, the color blue for centuries has been considered a rather depressing color.
Now, pause. This is also very well done. Ultraviolet, like all these terms, immediately, this master copywriter transition into, but keep it simple. The Blue Monday, I have the blues. Yeah, I've heard that before, right? Well, apparently, he ties into a belief that people already have for centuries to explain why blue is not a very good color. So it's got the scientific component, and then you have the story component. Keep going.
For eyesight, blue is not a good color too. There are several reasons. First, the blue rays have one of the shortest wavelengths in the visible spectrum. Red is the longest. As a result, the color blue will focus slightly in front of the retina, which is the focusing screen in your eye. By blocking the blue from the sunlight through a special filtration process and only letting those rays through that indeed focus clearly on the retina, objects appear to be sharper and clearer. The second reason is even more impressive. It is harmful to have ultraviolet rays fall on your eyes. Recognized as bad for skin, UV light is worse for eyes and is believed to play a role in many of today's eye diseases. In addition, people with contact lenses are also at greater risk because contact lenses tend to magnify the light, thus increasing the sun's harmful effects.
Now pause. Think about the readers reading this. Reality is how many people would understand everything that this ad is talking about. The scientific terms. Not many, but it sure sounds good. It sure sounds important, right? And that's what matters. So then it goes into explaining what it is and the offer and all that, right? That's not what I want you to focus on. Focus on the first chunk, on the first column, first half. What is that? Can you see that's a story? If this copywriter was just focused on selling the thing, he would describe, here's what it is, UV light blocks it out, and red and blue, blah, 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 all that stuff. No. He's talking about a story. In fact, the story is he was not convinced. He was skeptical first. What is this thing? Is it good? Right? Oh, by the way, breakthrough. That's a power word right there in the beginning. So how well this ad work? Well, I would say it works quite well. Blow blocker. With these type of, not just the only one, this company sold 20 million pairs of these sunglasses. 20 million. When you have a breakthrough idea, when you combine that with a kick-ass story, that's what you get. That's what you get. The power of story. And it's the most difficult thing to learn. Both are the most difficult things to learn. Both takes skills. But that's why. Can you imagine if you wrote that ad and you sold 20 million pairs of sunglasses and you get a piece of action on that ad? You do the numbers yourself. You do the numbers yourself. This ad, if you wrote it, just made you a millionaire back in the days. One ad. Why? Because you know how to craft, you know how to come up with a breakthrough idea, and you know how to use a story. That's how fucking valuable this is. Do you get this? I don't mean you can do it. Like, remember, I don't mean you can do it. I mean, do you understand it at least? The first level. Right? You understand it. And Siva has a whole full course. I'm not here to sell you the course. I'm just telling you, I've got this course on story selling secrets. It's on Dan Lok Shop, and I charge $10,000 for it. Why do you think I charge $10,000 for it? It's way more expensive than HIC. Because I know how valuable it is. I know for someone who knows how to craft story, if they just sell one more item of a high ticket sales, if they have one thing that could take them to sell millions of copies, millions of units, I know how powerful that is. So I know how much is it worth as a result to the end user. So I don't need to discount it. I want it to be expensive. Does that make sense? So I know how much that is worth. Right? So story, so think of just knowing down the road story. You got to understand story. Secret number 5 is the last secret I want to share with you that go into assignments. All right. How are you doing so far, by the way? We're 4 hours in. How's energy? Let me hear some energy here. You awake? Excited? Graduation. Here we go. Overwhelmed? How many of you are overwhelmed? Good kind of overwhelmed. Growth-oriented overwhelmed. Yes. Are these lessons important? Like, see what these are like the parting words, right? Before we go out there. Like are these lessons important in your career? Knowing these in advance. What's ahead, right? Preparing yourself, working with clients. Awesome. Love that. Love that. You're doing good. So proud of you. So proud of you. Like, it's great. I'm teaching, but I'm learning alongside with you, really, because it helps me to really refine a lot of what I know to be able to bring this to you and teach you in a way that I want you to get the most out of it. So secret number 5, I appreciate you too. See if I appreciate you. Combine your skills. Combine your skills. Combine skills, your superpower, basically, to dramatically increase your income, which is your worth in the eyes of clients. So combine your skills. This is a big one. I love this secret. I've never taught this before, but this, remember the little meme that I have, like that guy, right? I should have inserted here. This is one of those. This is the one. Like, do it with me, like this is that one here. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Do the emoji. Thank you. This is that one. Okay. How many of you seen the Avengers? The end game? For those who are same for the Marvel fans, right? If you haven't, anyway, so here's Captain America, right? There was a scene near the end that, when Captain America, it's fighting alongside with Thor, right? With Thanos. And he was using, the hammer from Thor, right? Hammer from Thor plus the Captain America shield. And it just multiplies his superpower. That's what we're going to do here. Okay, we're going to multiply your superpower as a copywriter. Okay, put multiply in the chat. Multiply. We're going to multiply the superpower, right? So here we go. So the path to multiple six-figure income as a copywriter is really this: is 1 + 1 = 10. 1 + 1 = 10. 1 + 1 = 10. 1 + 1 = 10. What does that mean, Sifu? Ask me. What does that mean? It means this. 1, you become the very best copywriter that you could be. 2, while stacking on another high income skill and another. 1 + 1 = 10. 1 + 1 = 10. It is not 1 + 1 = 2. You become, what is it? What do you focus on? Become the very best copywriter that you could be. Keep improving while stacking on another high income skill and another. So 1 + 1, you amplify. Yes, it amplifies your value. You multiply your worth to the clients. A good example. Okay, so we're talking about charging a retainer $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month for clients, right? Depends on how much copy you're writing for them. That's the model within HIC, right? The first model, at least. Yes? Okay. So here's an example. A 9-figure company that's hiring a video sales letter copywriters and paying $5,000 to $30,000 per script. $5,000 to $30,000 for a video sales letter script. Now, how many of you don't have the ability to write video sales letter yet? But imagine writing a single script. We're talking about, by the way, a 10-minute script, and getting paid $5,000 to $30,000. That's more than what most people make in a year. You did it with one fucking script. Yes. a script with the story, with a breakthrough idea, perhaps, maybe not necessary. One script. Most authors don't make that kind of money writing a whole fucking book. So video sales letter, I know, by the way, I know there are webinar script writers, write this down, webinar script writers charges $50,000 to $100,000. A webinar could be like 60-minute, 90-minute, full on. $50,000 to $100,000, one webinar script. Because a webinar done properly could produce millions of dollars for the client. You see how like we're talking big bucks, yes? We're talking big bucks here. I want to see if he wants to show you the possibility. Yes, we get started with these things and we can get started and keep maintaining those retainer client. But damn, what if you do one of these a year, just on the side, like kind of on the side? Forget 50K. What if you do one on the side, like 15, 20K? Do a script, do a webinar, do a VSL, and get just side hustle. How do you like that? Like a side gig, right? Who likes that idea? And by the way, you tell your family and friends, you write some script and you get paid 5, 10K. They're like, what the fuck? They'll be like, what the fuck? It's crazy. You could literally, you want a car? If it's not crazy car, decent car, you write one fucking script, you get the car. You write one script, pays off your debt or some of your debt. Right? Today, if Sifu wants to, if I was today offer someone, so imagine let's say you're selling this for me. Okay. I say yes. Dan Locke is going to write a webinar script.
Yep.
For a dragon or an entrepreneur. Yep. How much would they pay?
Easily 6 figures. 6 figures or more. 100,000 starting. I know it can easily do 7 to 8 figures.
I would probably do like 250 plus 5% of the sales.
Yes, rev share.
That's what, if I was to write today, $250,000 plus 5% of sales. That's my reputation can do that. You may not be there yet. Because I know that thing is going to make them 10 million if they actually use it. We are in the revenue generating business. You still connect. I said it again and again, your mind, because it's disconnect. You're still thinking in the writing business. You don't fully understand what Steve is talking about. It's about how much I can make them. It's not about what I write. And I could write that because the webinar script has to do with platform closing. And I'm one of the best in the world. So I could bring that skill set into copywriting, right? And that's why I know how to do it. And the fact is, I am not even writing the script, just advising, let's say for Dave, right, doing his event, he's already just advising him on the side, 30-minute, he's already done $300,000 in 3 days. If I was actually to write for him as an evergreen webinar, he can run it again and again and again. How many could see? The client would have no problem writing 255. And by the way, can you do some numbers for Sifu? If the webinar script generates $10 million in the next 12 months, I know these big numbers, but stay with me, okay? And I get 5% of that. That's $500,000 plus the 250 I get up front. You have no idea how powerful this is. I know it's so out of your possibility for now. It shouldn't be after a few years. And you might be asking, well, Sifu, how long would it take me to actually write a webinar script if I want to? It's not worth my time. If I want to, as my high income skill, I want to put them to work, it would take me about solid 5 days. It would take me 5 days. Give it 2 extra days for revisions. So in a week, I could make, if I want to, $500,000, 750, maybe even $1 million. Because that thing, if it keeps running, second year, you get paid. Now, not just my skill, but my reputation. I need to be fair. HIC, do you see the possibility? Like this is like we're talking getting started, but the income potential of this skill, when you're good, you're making money that like people cannot fathom. They will not understand because they think, how can you make that much money as a writer? I'm not a fucking writer, dude. I'm a rainmaker. I generate revenue. Right? I'm not a writer. This like very specific skill. And now this, by the way, this is not something that I know I can see the question. Well, see if I hand copy the script, would I get that? This you won't. Like the breakthrough idea, because the breakthrough idea, the story, and something, that's why people pay big bucks for this. This is thinking. This is experience. This is a different level. This is not just the words. When you write the words, you understand the psychology of the writer, but there's a few levels above before you even write the word, right? The breakthrough idea for the webinar, right? And by the way, I do know quite a few actually, video sales letter, copywriters, 7-figure income, 7-figure fucking income as a copywriter. 7, not 6, 7. 7. Now they've been doing it for a long time. Don't get me wrong. This is not like 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 6 months. They've been doing it for a long time. But 7-figure income, a millionaire copywriter basically, right? Oh, by the way, with no fucking overhead. This is 7-figure net. This is not 7-figure revenue. Like if Sifu writes that, it's 250 profit, right? Plus it's net. There's no fucking expense except, well, you got to use the internet. So that costs you how much? You have to have internet and you have to have a computer. So like I feel bad for you, right? And you do have, yes, then you do have to pay taxes. So yes, that's not fair, right? And you should pay taxes. How many of you be okay? You write that tax check with a smiley face. Like, here you go, government. Right? Here you go. Right? I do another one. Damn it. So I get to 1 mil. So I pay you the tax. Who cares? Let me do another script. Right? This smiley face. Right? Sifu, what is the difference between shiny object syndrome and stacking on your skill? What's the difference? If we're 1 + 1 = 10, what's the difference between that and this? Applying your skills. One is focused, the other isn't. No. Implementation, not quite. Synergy, yeah, getting closer. Related, I can see some confusion. Put in a chat, see if I'm confused. Okay. The difference between shiny object syndrome, which some you had in the past. How many had shiny object syndrome? Okay. And stacking on a skill. It has to do with 2 things. Mastery and intention. Mastery and intention. Money follows mastery. People with shiny object syndrome, they jump from one thing to another before they get good at fucking anything. You learn a little something, kind of fuck around with it a bit, right? Learn a little tiny little bit, boom, they jump to the next thing. Is that mastery? No. There's no mastery. So when you jump from all kinds of shit and you don't focus, that's shiny object ball. That's like shiny ball syndrome. No mastery. Second is intention. Are you learning a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, but they're not related? You can't use them. You're not leveraging both. That's shiny object syndrome. The question is, are you willing to be bad enough, long enough to get good? Vincent is asking, Siva, do you mean only stack after mastering one skill? No. No. Here's why. Let's take copywriting example. I'm going to share some combination with you. When you combine copywriting plus high ticket closing, what do you become? You become an ultra high ticket closer. You become more effective and efficient as a high ticket closer. You close bigger deals because you're good with writing emails and follow up and prospecting. That's stacking your skill. 1 + 1 = what? 10. That's the Captain America with the Thor hammer. You've got the shield going on. You've got the hammer going on. Think of the hammer as the copywriting skill. Right? You can combine it with different things, right? You combine copywriting plus speaking. Guess what? It makes you a highly paid speaker because now you know how to position, how to get gigs, how to price your services. 1 + 1 = what? 10. I told you this is the moment. I'm not done. You combine copywriting with high ticket consulting, you become a business growth expert. Because now you know the execution, the tactics, the offer, the copy plus consulting. Now you can help business grow. You combine copywriting with funnel building, you become a funnel building expert. The difference between someone who just builds funnel without writing copy, it's $1,000, $2,000 for a project. You can write copy and do the funnel building is 10 times. You could charge 10, 12K for it. If you combine the both, 1 + 1 = 10. You combine copywriting with media buying, you become a traffic generation expert. Copywriting plus media buying equals traffic generation expert. Do you see how you can make 10 times more money? Aaron's asking, man, what happens when you combine 3 high income skills? You do the math. How many high income skills Sifu has that I have mastered and I combine them? Then you become fucking legendary. Right? Now it's a whole different story. It's not linear. You with me? It's not linear. It's exponential. 1 + 1, you just multiply your value. You combine copywriting plus social media management. Let's say you manage people's social media posts. You become a social engagement expert. You help you engage the community, not just copy. Now you're getting retainer, plus you can have metrics, you get paid more. You getting this? I'm not done. Copywriting plus list management, a little bit of tech skill, you become email automation expert. Not only you can write the copy, you can help them to automate the sequence and get results. One plus one equals 10. HIC, you're thinking it the wrong way. You've been thinking it all too linear. Oh, maybe I learned this and I. You simultaneous. Pick couple, 2 at least. And you focus it long enough, willing to be bad enough, long enough that you get good. That's how you get the big bucks. You want to do webinar script? You want a video sales letter script? You don't do campaigns. You want to do all that. You combine copywriting with filmmaking, you become a sales video expert. How much, like most videographer guys, how much they make? It's a commodity, isn't it? There's a ton of them out there, struggling, broke, right? How much they make? Not much. Very little. But when you combine copywriting plus filmmaking, what do you get? You get the Harmon Brothers. You don't know the Harmon Brothers? We work with them quite a bit, right? They create viral ads that sell. You may have not heard of them. You have seen their ads. You have seen their ads. The ads have been viewed 1.4 billion times, have driven 350 million in sales. See, the Harmon Brothers, they know. Are they in the video making business? Are they in the revenue generating business? Do you know how much they charge to produce one viral video? $1 million. Fuck the 10K. $1 million. Both Desmond and I know them personally. I met them personally. Why did they charge 1 million? Other videographers couldn't even charge like 10K.
The irony too, Sifu, was they actually met you in person because they flew out to LA to attend the HTI event as well. They were learning from you as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, that's the difference. 1 + 1 = 10. Are you getting this? Like, you have to get this. Tell me you get this, please. Like, give me, right? Your goal is too fucking small. You're thinking too small. It's not big enough. Oh, see, we just want to make a few $100. Really? Why do we limit your potential? Why can we not hone your skills so you can make more? You can deliver more value and combine those skills. Yes, make enough, quit your job, good. That's just the first step. Put in the chat. That's my first step. If you stop after that, I'll be choking you. Like Big Dan, like seriously. It frustrates me because I believe in you more than you believe in yourself. Why don't you believe in yourself like the way I believe you? Why don't you believe you're capable of more? Why? Why we set such a low goal? Why can we not want more? Not because of greed, because of potential. Why do we not live up to our potential? Why can we not just stick with it long enough, learn it, master it, and just keep, all you need to do is focus on taking that baby step. That's all you need to do. You know, you take that baby step. You think Harmon Brothers, they get there overnight? You don't think they're failing videos? Just take that baby step, baby step, baby step. Before you know it, you're so far ahead. And this is where the wealth triangle comes in. You develop your high income skills. You 1 + 1 now, right? Let's say you combine media buying. 1 + 1 = 10. Now you become a traffic generation expert. Then it's easy once you're making that kind of money. Can you see how easy it is to transition or build on a scalable business? Now you just need to add people, add product. If you're a traffic generation expert, if you want to get into e-com business, what is the success rate of the e-com business? Tell me. You've got capital, you've got money, you know how to write copy, and you can drive fucking traffic. If you pick the right niche, the right product, and if you actually pick the wrong niche, which you find out very quickly, so you don't waste money and waste time. That's how you build a successful business. That's how you do it. And you don't even need to start. Mentee, listen to me. You don't even need to look at Harmon Brothers. They charge $1 million to do a video, yes? But what if they say, hey, you know what? We charge $1 million. Maybe you don't have $1 million, but we can do $500,000 or $250,000. We just get a royalty for every sale that you make. Damn. You don't even need to start the fucking business to take advantage of the benefit of a business. Just like if Sifu writes that webinar script, I don't need to run their business. I just get a cash flow. That's called being smart. I did the work one time and I get paid continuously. Well, I guess copywriting is not that powerful. It's just a side hustle here. Like this is the number one skill that Sifu has. I'm just telling you again and again. The other skills, awesome. Closing, fundamental, right? These are my top ones. These are my top ones. But copywriting gives me the most leverage because closing, even I'm closing a $5 million deal, it's my time. But copywriting, I can create an asset out of thin air that could produce cash flow. When I craft that webinar script, not only I get paid up front, it's an asset. If that doesn't get you excited, that makes you want to master this, I don't know what does. Exactly. What have we accomplished in the last 7 weeks? Take a look at how far you've come in just 7 weeks. This is what Sifu says. I'm very proud of you. Why copywriting? It's $1 trillion industry and how you can be part of it. Have you learned? Put in the chat. If this is yes, just put in the chat. Why copywriting? Do you know why copywriting is $1 trillion industry and how you can be part of it? Yes or no? Okay. Do you know how your words shape your world, your internal dialogue? Yes or no? Do you now know the real difference between self-image, self-confidence, and self-esteem? Do you know the difference now? Have you hand copied for hours, if not days? Do you know now how to pick the right niche to land well-paid gigs? Do you know the 5 ways to specialize your copywriting skill? Do you know the 7 career paths you can choose from? Do you now know the HIC one client model that could generate 6-figure income for you and your family? One client. Do you know how to price your services for maximum profits? Do you know the 10 ways to land your first or next client? Has Sifu taught you this previous week? Do you know why it's important to build your own Swag file, your own copy vault? How many of you are already building yours? Do you know the HIC formula, the 4 easy steps to writing killer copy, the 4 components we need all the time? Do you know the 24 specific questions to use when you write for clients? Has Sifu given you that bonus, the questionnaire? Do you know why privacy is dead and how Facebook actually works? Definitely. Do you know how to write attention-grabbing headlines? Do you know the structure of a compelling sales message? Do you know how to write compliant copy? Not just how to write, but a checklist that you could use. How to write that converts. Do you know the 5 mistakes that amateur copywriters make when they're writing emails? Do you know how to create subject lines that people can't ignore? Have you learned the buyer pyramid and the 3 types of buyers? The simple ways to write wallet fattening emails, and how to format your email for maximum readability. And more importantly, have you reinvented yourself and learned a high income skill that allows you to work when you want, where you want, with whom you want? And once you master this skill, you'll never have to worry about your job or rely on others for your livelihood. You will be in constant demand, no matter what state the economy is in. Can you see how far you've come in 7 weeks? Is that little bit of growth or tremendous amount of growth? Some of you don't even remember you've learned these things now, have you, right? You don't even remember you've learned this much. So should you be proud of yourself? Should I be proud of you? You bet. Absolutely. There's a tiger and a cat. Many, many years ago, tiger actually doesn't know how to hunt. So the tiger is struggling with getting food. And one day he sees this little cat. And see this cat, it's like running around, hunting, getting food. And the cat looks at this lion and it's like, what's happening? And the lion is very skinny lion. Tiger. The tiger is very, very skinny. And the cat, well, maybe I could teach you. Oh, okay, that would be great if you can teach me. So then the cat spends many, many days teaching the tiger how to hunt. And afterwards, now the tiger's hunting other animals, eating them, learning how to run, and it's becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. And one day, the tiger looks at the cat. And the tiger's thinking, I'm going to eat you for lunch. And the tiger slowly approaching the cat and tries to catch the cat. And the cat very quickly runs up to the tree. The tiger can't eat the cat. And the lion was like, whoa, you never taught me that. You never taught me how to climb the tree. The cat smiles. Well, I taught you everything that you know, but I didn't teach you everything that I know. So what is the next step? What is the next step? So many students are asking me, what's the next step? What do you need to do next? HIC has given you everything you need to have a solid understanding of copywriting and be a successful copywriter. Have we done that in the last 7 weeks? And there are a lot of HIC graduates who say that, hey, Steve, I'm happy with making just an extra $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, even $100,000 a year writing copy. I mean, that's my goal. And that's great. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's you, you may not need the advanced skills and the resource Steve was about to share with you. This is for those who want additional help, who wants to learn more, who wants to actually master this. If you want the option, the possibility to make big money, I'm not talking about 20, 30K. I'm talking about $200,000, $300,000, even $400,000 writing the same amount of copy. We're not in a writing business, in a revenue generating business. Writing the same amount of copy, only stronger, then you'll want to take this next step. This is for my students who want it all. Put in the chat, who wants it all? And it boils down to one thing, the difference between a copywriter making 5-figure, even low 6-figure, 100K versus someone making $200,000, $300,000, $500,000 a year. It boils down to one thing, the level of skill you bring to the game. What is it? The level of skill that you bring to the game. You're looking at the VSL gig, $5,000, $30,000. Wouldn't it be great to take advantage of such lucrative opportunity? But if We don't have the skill. How can we take advantage of it? The opportunity is there, but your skill needs to level up in order to take advantage of the opportunity. You never have an income problem. It's always a skill problem. Does that make sense? So Sifu has been thinking and brainstorming and actually working on this for quite some time. And I was inspired actually by Masterclass. How many have seen Masterclass, where you have all the celebrities coming together, teaching different topics on different things? And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be amazing? And Sifu has modified this quite a few times already, the different things that we have. Wouldn't it be amazing if we have a masterclass for copywriters? Wouldn't it be nice? And that's what I come up with. It's called Copy Academy. And what is Copy Academy? From instant scripts, it helps you to do writing faster and easier. And we are also upgrading that to now you're a graduate of HIC, teaching you how to monetize your skill. How do you get clients? How do you price? What do you need to look for? The foundational skill. Copy Academy is about mastering your copywriting skill. If you're ready to take your copywriting skill to a higher level, Copy Academy is the next logical step. So let me explain. With this membership, you'll discover and master, what's the keyword? Master the secrets and the strategies that master copywriters use to produce winning sales copy time after time, month after month. Copy Academy is a place that Sifu brings in, exhausts my connection to bring in the best of the best copywriters in the world. See, I'm talking about copywriters that charges 10, 20, 30, 50, 80, $100,000 to write copy. Just like the masterclass. This is not just from Sifu. This is from the best that I could gather, the Avengers in the world, in different topic, and bringing you direct access so you can learn directly from them. And you can go into any kind of skill set, any kind of specific skill that you want to focus on. And Copy Academy goes far beyond basic copywriting skills. It reveals much deeper, more sophisticated writing secrets, techniques that will help you connect with your readers in a more powerful way. Talking about the breakthrough idea, those are the things we cover way more in depth. Video sales letter. How many want to learn how to write video sales letter? Copy Academy will teach you how to do that. There are 4 things that you'll get. Number 1, more skills. Who wants more skills? Put in the chat. Your writing will become more irresistible. Number 2, you'll have more confidence. You'll be much more confident in your copywriting abilities. Who wants more confidence in your abilities to write good copy? You get better clients because now you use sophisticated advanced secrets to propel your copy to a much, much higher level. Beyond than just basics, you make more money for your efforts. And the money will be better, much better. Why? Because you will have the copy skills and marketing knowledge. Please write this down. Not just how to write copy, but marketing knowledge needed to take on bigger and higher paying projects. You know, the role play that I did with Desmond, to develop those marketing knowledge, to know the different aspects, funnel building, marketing, all in one place. You'll be confident working with and advising, because do we just want to write for clients, or do we want to be a trusted advisor? Both, right? We want to be a trusted advisor. So you'll be comfortable, have the confidence to advise high-level clients that are running multiple 7-figure, 8-figure business. You make more money and lots more. And you cannot learn these skills anywhere else, ever. Here's why. You're getting VIP access to master copywriters that have sold. Are you paying attention? They have sold billions of dollars worth of products and services. using the power of the written words. We're not talking about 7-figure small stuff, billions accumulatively. And Sifu purposely select female instructors as well. So we have male instructors and female instructors, copywriters. This is very rare. The best of the best to come in and train you and give you step by step, because I know that's a big market. That's a massive, massive market, right? Who appreciates that? That's a massive market, a different perspective, because all the copywriters, they're all men. But there's a huge market need. So I purposely choose, right, with some male instructors, but also female instructors. You enjoy that tremendously. So exactly what's included? What are some of the privileges? Who is excited? Who wants in? Even if you don't know what it is yet. And see if it's going to make you an offer that is absolutely irresistible. When you hear it, you'll be like out of this chair. So hang on to your seat. Can you hang on to your seat? Privilege number 1. Every single month, you'll get a monthly foundational masterclass. We'll do a deep dive on email every single month. One of these topics: content, social media ads, SEO copywriting, funnel copy, selling with story, video sales letter, long form sales letter, step by step. And you have access to this every single month. We're adding a new foundational class. No stones left unturned. So you could go as, you can kind of have an understanding of certain topics, or if you want to go more in depth. More than that, we'll also be conducting a lot of advanced training that we go even more in depth. Depends on what you want, depends on, as a member, what you want. I would bring on the instructor and say, okay, can you go more in depth in this just one thing? And I would get them to create additional advanced masterclass for my members that I would pay for. You will always be on the cutting edge, and you will always know what is working. You move far beyond the basics. Being a Copy Academy member is like having dozens of all-time great copywriters right by your side, teaching you all the crucial secrets that can take your copy, your career to the very highest level. You don't need anything else. This is the only thing you need. You don't need a bunch of things. How many of you trust Sifu? This is the only thing that you need. You don't need a bunch of stuff. This gives you all the resources, all the training, all the lessons, all the updates, everything that you need for copy. And yes, you need to work. You need to practice. That's your part. Can you do that? You got to do your part to master this skill. Privilege number 2, every single time you complete a program on a monthly basis, the master class, you will get an attractive digital badge and certificate. Now, where can you use these? I don't know, maybe on social media. So what does this mean? Your reputation, if your client's asking, well, how do I know you know how to write email? Well, we have completed a program, a masterclass from Copy Academy, and here's my badge. So digital credentials can boost your credibility in the industry and build trust with potential clients. So think about, as a client, if I see someone who's like, I don't know if she's any good. I see someone with 5, 6, 10 digital badges of different copywriting topics on your social media. Who gives me more comfort? Right? Who would I be more inclined to hire? So when people see a symbol that reads, hey, I have completed or I have expertise in, displayed on your social media, yeah, they would be more inclined to trust the source because it is a visible and verifiable proof. Your reputation is very, very key. Not only that, so you're learning the monthly lesson, right? You every single time you complete the masterclass, you're getting a badge. You with me so far? Yes? Who likes this idea, right? Who likes the idea of instant credibility? But what if you have questions? Like, Sifu, what if I have questions? Can I ask questions? Yes. Every month, we also conduct Ask Me Anything calls with A-list instructors. So not only you're learning from the instructors, every single month, you get to have a live Q&A sessions with them. You can ask them anything you want. You can ask them about whenever you're stuck. You can ask them about how to craft their big ideas, how do you deal with clients, how to build up the portfolio, how to increase your daily productivity. Whatever help that you might need, boom, you get it. And every single month, I bring on a different instructor to answer your question. So you get all the perspective. And if you miss a Q&A session, guess what? That's also recorded, so you won't miss a thing. You will not miss a thing. Is this powerful? We're not done. Who wants more? Say, I want more. Sifu, give me more. Privilege number 4. You will also get a monthly extreme copy makeover. What does that mean? It means you will be able to submit your copy to get feedback live on a monthly basis when you do the group class directly from the instructor, from the best of the best in the world. And some of them are better copywriters in different things than Sifu. Some of them are better at crafting certain things in certain niche better than Sifu. This, like think of Sifu as the Iron Man, right? I'm the leader, but I'm bringing in the rest of them. They've got superpower. Each one of them has got skill. They've been doing it for years, if not decades, on their own. So I'm bringing you the best. Can you see why also Sifu uses the Copy Academy? Because I want to create a standard for copywriting. I don't want you to be certified by Dan Lok. I want you to be certified by the Academy. A digital badge that carries weight, that are trained by the best of the best in the world. So you get the support that you need. You can ask questions. You can look at, so the feedback loop that you need. How do you know? I'm bringing what Alan did for me to you. To you. Is this powerful? So you peek over a master copywriter's shoulder as he or she absolutely rips apart your fellow member's sales copy. Yes, they will be kind, but they will be direct, right? And watching critiques is one of the best ways to learn, to get inside a copywriter's head, but really tapping into how they think. How they think. That's privilege number 4. We're not done. Number 5, you'll also get the look over A-listers' shoulders. Beyond than them critiquing your work, beyond them asking you, answering your questions, beyond them teaching you a masterclass every month, imagine once a month you get to sit down with a master copywriter, watch her create copy. You're listening like a fly on the wall while she spills the thoughts as she crafts a sales masterpiece. I'm talking before. This is not critique. This is her crafting something. She turned on the video recorder, right? The Zoom, and she walks through, okay, here's what I'm thinking as I'm crafting this. And you see how I'm crafting this headline, walking you through her process. Can you see how useful, beneficial you would for this in your career? It's not just critiquing your work, but seeing them, how they craft, and from different instructor. They all have different expertise. Someone crafting a video sales letter, imagine you can see, okay, before I craft a video sales letter, here's what I'm going through. Here's what I'm thinking. And I'm going to start with this, and I'm going to start with this. And you just watch the entire process to mimic. And it's okay to mimic in the beginning. You want to mimic. Like I love this one. Like I love this. And everything will be archived in your members area in Copy Academy. You don't miss a thing. You do not miss a thing. And next, also every month, you're going to get blockbuster campaigns. they can swipe and deploy. So I'm asking instructors, not only are you going to teach my students how to craft copy before, critique the copy, teaching them lesson, I want you to give them some of your control pieces. I want you to help them build a copy vault. Pick some of the best pieces that you have, and I want you to share with them. So they are building their vault. So I want you to teach them. I want you to show them. I want you to ask them, answer their questions. I want you to show your thinking process before you write a single word. Plus, I want some of the control, the best pieces that you have in collection. I want you to share that with my students. Can you see how you cannot get this anywhere? And of course, we have our super, super awesome Facebook community. How many recognize it's very important to have a supportive group? Not just learning together, but actually refer each other business. Where are you at? Can we put together a team? Can I refer someone to you back and forth, right? So we have an exclusive community just for Copy Academy. And there's so many things. I don't have the time to go through every single benefit that you get. If you get anything, any value from the last 7 weeks, Copy Academy is the next logical step. And then we have some more bonuses. There's bonus 1, the 3-step system that prepares you for better gigs. Bonus 2, 5 simple hacks for finding gigs. 7 advanced hacks for finding gigs. More strategies on how to find clients to prepare you for clients. I love bonus number 5, questions every freelancer should ask, but most don't. Some are fundamental. Our fundamental is important, by the way. Yes. And not just the writing aspect. You see and we'll keep adding training on how to work with clients, how to negotiate, how do you propose a deal? If you want to do royalty deal, how do you talk with them? It's everything in one place. You don't need to look for a bunch of things. That's Sifu's vision. So I want you to think about if you go to Stanford University, you pay $37,000 for 5 years, and your starting salary is $67,000. You go to Harvard, $37,000 a year, $185,000 in 5 years, just tuition, and your starting salary is $60,000. Here's the question. Do you think if you actually apply yourself, forget 5 years, 1 or 2 years, do you see yourself making more than $60,000 a year as a high-income copywriter? Do you believe you could do it? For some, maybe sooner. But that's the investment it takes for the traditional school system. So thinking about spending $100,000 to get a piece of paper so you could work at a job that you hate for the rest of your life and be poor equals smart. And invest a fraction of that to learn from the best in the world so you could have a high income skill that you've mastered for the rest of your life. That's kind of strange. That is kind of strange. And for those who are international, put in a chat if you're not from the US or Canada. Getting paid in US dollars. Who likes that idea in your country? Just exchange rate. If your cost of living is not as high as some of the cities, like say in Vancouver, it's very, very high. If you're in certain cities, certain countries, how many of you, just the exchange rate, you're laughing your way to the bank. You're like, this is cool. Love this, Sifu, right? Getting paid in US dollars. And you should get paid in US dollars. So how much is this worth to you, Copy Academy? Is the investment $100,000? It's not $100,000. It's not $75,000. It's not $50,000. It's not $25,000. It's not even $10,000. How many of you are nervous? You're afraid that you want this, you can't afford it. Seriously, you want it, see if I want it, but I'm so afraid I want it, but I can't. It's not within my budget. What have I told you is absolutely within your budget. It's only $199 a month. It is $7 a day. For $7 a day, you get to learn from the best of the best in the world. And that's Sifu's intention. To make it so affordable that all my students, there's nothing that's holding you back. There's nothing that's holding you back. How many of you, if you just get one extra client, is worth $7 a day? To get the best of the best training, the best of the best community in the world for copywriters, by copywriters, right? You don't mind drinking one less Starbucks coffee a day to pay for this, to invest in yourself. I don't want it to be a stretch. I don't want it to be a stress for you and your family. I want to make it very affordable. That's part of Sifu's mission as a company, to elevate financial well-being globally, because I did hear from some students where they want to take advantage of other programs, but they just can't afford it. They want it, and I know you want it, and I feel bad I can't help because there's a certain value that I know I need to charge. But this, I could serve more people, I could help and work with you and help you at way more ways and deliver more value. And here's the link. Are you ready? copyacademy.com/HIC. copyacademy.com/HIC. We have the monthly plan, which is $199, $7 a month, $199 a month, $7 a day. We also have the annual plan. You want to get the money out of the way, and if a couple grand is not a problem, you would get 2 months for free. So you're saving almost $400 when you take advantage of the annual plan. Annual plan. And when you do, when you take advantage of the annual plan, here's what Sifu is going to do for you. Sifu is going to gift you. I'm going to gift you Story Selling Secrets as my gift. A $10,000 value. So if you were thinking about saving up for Story Selling Secrets from the shop, choose the annual plan. Sifu would gift this to you as my gift. So you learn the story selling secrets, plus everything that Sifu was talking about. If all Copy Academy did for you was to help you make an extra $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 a month, would that be worth it? If all it did for you was to give you the extra confidence when you work with clients, that knowing that you are well trained, that you are serious, you've got the credentials to back it up, to get the extra gig, would that be worth it? Right? Would that be worth it? So copyacademy.com/HIC. Now for my students who are in high income copywriters circle, you have two options. Copy Academy is designed to be a platform to learn from the best copywriters in the world. For Copywriter Circle, it's directly learning from just Sifu's copywriting. Both are very good. So you have the option. So if you want to have both, you could have both, of course. If you want to choose and you want to switch, you could do that as well. And all you need to do is contact support and say, hey, I want to switch. And you could switch. Who likes that flexibility? Right? And for those who are in Ultimate Copywriting Clinic, that's what Sifu's done. I've added, combined, and multiplied the value within Copy Academy. So I'll merge all of that and keep it very simple. We have instant scripts, which you have. We have HIC, which you've gone through, and Copy Academy. It's that simple.
So Sifu, just the chat's blowing up. I mean, there's a lot of us that have been with you for quite some time. And are you sure you got the pricing right? I mean, it's not like some sort of onboarding fee first and then the membership, like the monthly. It's just monthly, that's it? Or just lump sum?
That's it. It's annual of $199 per month, $7 a day, or annual. You invest basically the whole year for $199.92K.
Shit. So these copywriters that you brought in, they're literally doing it as a favor for you, because I don't think you can, even with that amount, I'm just being direct here. I mean, how do you, like, are they doing it and you're paying them from the membership? Or, I mean, because that's not a lot, right? That's like $7 per day per person. That's not a lot.
Good question. The model is very simple. Sifu is paying them quite a substantial amount of money to come and teach.
Wow.
But I know that I'm able to serve more students. The business model is there once we have so many students in the Copy Academy. So I'm not worried about that, right? I'm just investing up front because of my relationship with them. But I could tell you, they charge 20, 30, 40K to write a campaign for them to come and teach for hours. It's not cheap. I can tell you that, right? So this covers my costs, not a whole lot more. When we have a lot of members, it does. Then it becomes a very, very profitable business. But before that, it's not very profitable, right?
Yeah, this is crazy. That's awesome, Sifu.
Yeah.
This
Does that help?
Yeah, I've got some, some digital marketing friends as well too. I know they're very keen on this as well when I explain to them. By the way, for those of you supporter, wanted me to let you know, if you are going ahead with this, as usual, if you do run your credit card and you get like an initial decline, check your SMS, check your email. You may have actually just triggered the typical, two-step authentication or the fraud alert kind of thing. And you just need to call your bank or just reply on the SMS, yes, to be approved. Right, and then just process your transaction again. And well done to some of the fast action takers already. We are starting to see some of you getting your subscription set up. So well done.
And Sifu wants to make it a no-brainer. Is this a no-brainer? How many of you could handle $7 a day? $7 a day. So it's where you get everything that you need. And we see we have so many surprises, but I don't want to overwhelm you, but we have so many plans for Copy Academy, things that we are planning to do, such as, can I give you a little hint? Can I give you just a little hint? Okay. We're planning to have some awesome copywriters to conduct some exclusive virtual events just for my members. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, right? And so many other things. So copyacademy.com/HIC. And again, if your goal is 30, 40K, 50K, maybe even 90K, implement what you've learned in HIC. See if it's giving you a very strong foundation. This is for really students who want more, who want to be the very best that they could be, and also combining some of the other skill sets, right? The other skill sets. So assignments. This is last week. If we don't have the bonus week, this is the last week. If we do have the bonus week, I think we do. Step 1, shape your world with your words. Continue. This is the habit that we are talking about. This is the habit that we're talking about. Read the HIC Creed in affirmations. Hand copy the HIC Creed once a day. Start the morning with attitude, gratitude, right? Gratitude equals wealth, and mid of the day, millionaire mindset, daily power formation. When you are working with clients, your values, your feelings, your posture, the strong posture comes from not being needy. And how do you not become needy? It's by having an attitude of gratitude, being grateful. Then you won't be needy. It's a very strong foundation that we constantly need to be reminded of. Make sense? And of course, Sifu would suggest you rewatch the entire HIC, because have we covered a lot? Have you already forgot some of the lessons when Sifu was going through? I didn't remember I learned that, Sifu. Yes, we did. We did. So we watched the entire HIC beginning to the end, especially now you've done some assignments, right? You've done some of the homework, you've done a lot of the homework. Going back, then things will start clicking like more for you, going back to the basics, right? And it's a lot. Like this is each class has Sifu delivered, over deliver. These are not 2-hour classes. Like these are pretty intense classes, right? Late at night. So especially the ones on, of course, copywriting, high ticket sales, and productivity. And of course, the books. How many of you already read most of the books, by the way? Good. That's good. That's good. So if you have not finished them, make sure you finish them, because this is foundational knowledge. Although they're classic, right? They've been around. Combine a lot of the fundamental principles from the past, master copywriters, but combined with the new tweaks and new understandings of social media and technology. That's what makes us HIC, right? And step 4, write at least 30 minutes a day. Just because the HIC program is over, it doesn't mean you stop improving. Is this the end or this is the beginning? You've learned it. You know it. You do it. For some, you understand it. Yes? But doesn't mean you own it. And we need to get you to where you become it. It's becoming a high-income copywriter, not trying to do a high-income copywriter, right?
By the way, Sifu,
yes.
Just a couple of mentions here. Just want to give some shout outs. Hank Lee, obviously, Terlin, several members already signed up for the annual. Well done there. And also some for the subscription basis as well too. So, I did see a couple of comments there. You asked in the comments where I said, hey, I may not be able to afford the annual right now. Can I just start off on the subscription? Sifu did answer that. He said, yes, you can. And then just email into support when, you feel the time's right. Maybe make some money as a copywriter, get some gigs in, and then upgrade to the annual. It's a steal for right now. So
I do
definitely
see
jump on it.
A question. Can I enroll Copy Academy months later, since I want to review and implement what we learned before that? I do get these questions a lot, and I'm going to tell you a hard truth. Can I tell you a hard truth? Steve has mentored tens of thousands of students. People who do that, always, they don't come back. It's your lower self telling you, oh, yeah, I'll come back. You never do. I never see them again. They kind of ghost. They don't stay engaged. Because there's no skin in the game, there's no game. When there's no urgency, there's no urgency. Like if $7 a day truly makes that big of a difference, and you don't believe you can make enough to cover $7 a day, think about the psychology of it. You're already setting yourself up for failure. You don't believe you make more than $200 a month. Then how are you going to become a high-income copywriter? That's just a fact. Does that make sense? That's the harsh truth. It's just, see, we're seeing this. So I'll see if I'll come back. No. Guess who are the ones who make the most amount of money? The ones who invest in themselves the most. The action takers are the money makers. That's why they call it the waiter. Who are the waiters? The waiters. They become waiters. So don't, you gotta listen to your gut. You gotta listen to your higher self. Okay, am I all in, or am I fucking around? Am I serious? But see, we cannot make that decision for you. That's your decision, right? And you can perfectly go out there and take what he was teaching you and go implement. I'm just saying, without accountability, without support, without mentorship, the road is harder. And why Steve is making this a no-brainer? Because I don't want you to go at it alone. Why do you want to go at it alone? Who believes in the power of a group? It's much more powerful to do it. Use your environment. Use it in your favor, not against you. Being a lone wolf, not knowing, not getting guidance, not getting critique, not improving, right? Not getting all the additional tools and technology and additional skills that you could to make you better and get you there faster. So ask yourself this question also, but it's up to you. Do you think you'll hit your goal faster with or without Copy Academy? It's the only question you need to ask. Isn't it true? Do you think it's the only question you'd ask? If you say, oh, Steve, I think I can do it on my own, then yes, you can do it on your own. Like Steve has shared what I've shared with you, what has worked for me. And I put together what I believe will work best for my students, right? I've done my very, very best to give you all the support that you need. I can open the door, but I cannot make you walk through it. Step 5.
Sifu, before you get to step 5, a couple more mentions. Again, just want to say these guys are all fast action takers. Sanjay, well done. Narakita, Aman, well done. And also Yashar, all of you, well done on your annual memberships. Congratulations.
Congrats. Step 5, make sure you submit your address for your certificate, because you do get a physical certificate with HIC when you graduate. And you should have gotten an email on this, if not very soon, on exactly the mailing address. Make sure that you put your correct phone name that you want on the beautiful, beautiful high-income copywriter certificate, right? This you can display proudly on what you've done in the last 7 weeks, right? And you can show and I would recommend, by the way, can still give you a recommendation, actually scan it and you can post it on LinkedIn, you can post it on your social media. So that becomes almost like a little digital badge, right? Or you even take a photo, you can share that, your photo with holding the certificate and say, hey, and it would help if you have HIC plus you have all the digital badges from Copy Academy. Think about the confidence your clients would have. Now, by the way, tell them that, hey, you know what? These are the badges that I have, but because they might have the tendency of, oh, can you write all this for me? You should tell them, hey, I could do this and this, although I've taken the courses on these, but these are the things, like emails is what I specialize in, landing page is what I specialize in, right? Do that. And you will get a link from support and to submit all that. Okay, don't worry, you get all that. And you also get a link. Also, if you, how many of you enjoy HIC? Right? If you want to share your experience with HIC with all the other students, potential students from all over the world, Sifu would appreciate it. And when you do, you will get a nice HIC t-shirt.
That's the one I wear now almost every day, Sifu.
That's the one. So when you, and just to show Sifu's appreciation, if you do send us a little story, a little testimonial, the team would send you this alongside with your certificate. Who wants a t-shirt? Yes. Yes. Do we have a bonus class? We will know by tomorrow.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty close.
It's very close. It's pretty
Tonight's
close.
attendance was pretty bang on. Like, they deserve this season. This class really deserves a big pat in the back. They have been super studious getting the assignments in Sifu, and I'm sure Dana can chime in as well too. It has been a really very little bad apples, almost nothing at all. And support says you guys communicate really well. So well done.
Well done. Well done. So bonus class 8. It's happening. You see the announcement. I want to do it. I want to do it. There's so many things I still want to teach. There's a lot. Like I said, we're scratching the surface. There's still so much I want to teach. The very last lesson I want to share with you is don't try to do, just be. Don't try to do and just be. When you try to do something, it's always a fight. It's always a struggle because it's not who you are. So that self-image, you have to see yourself as a high-income copywriter. You have to see yourself, this is a career, that you want to do this. Don't try to do it, just be. I'm a high-income copywriter. What does high-income copywriter do? You learn copywriting, you write copy, you study copy, and you deliver value to clients. You help them strategize. That's who you are, right? Even though you don't fully understand how to do it yet, the doing comes after the being. The doing comes after you get experience, but you got to be first. You got to be first. Does that make sense? And that's the beauty of this. This is self-discovery journey. This is learning about yourself. This is who you are. And I'm here to congratulate you. And you are now a high-income copywriter. Graduation. Love the music. Thank you, Des. Appreciate it. Yay! Give me some high five. Woo! Well done. Well done. Woo! 7 hours, 6 hours, 7 weeks. Amazing. 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 Before we go, now you're going to be out there, not on your own, right? With your brothers and sisters. Truly, I believe that copywriters, especially with the crisis, we are kind of the unsung heroes. How many recognize that? To help businesses pivot, to help businesses generate revenue, and for some, could create more jobs so that they don't have to close, that they don't have to shut down as more companies shifting to online. Like, you are an important part of helping with this movement. So actually helping businesses pivot, helping them to sell more online. So you're on a mission. You're a man or woman of mission. And in exchange, you get to provide and protect your family, right? To provide great lifestyle, to also hit your goals. But very much, this is a service. And it's an honor that we're able to do this, right? We are able to do this for other people, that we have this skill, right? So I want you to think beyond than just, oh, I just make some money doing this. No, don't just think you to make some money doing this. It's you're helping businesses to survive. You are helping businesses to thrive. You are helping them to uncover hidden assets. You're helping them to get customers that they would not have gotten, right? If it wasn't for your copy. Yes? Right? If it wasn't for your copy. So that's your duty. That's your responsibility. So before we go, I want to read the creed with you before we wrap it up tonight together. One last time, the high income copywriter creed, to really solidify who we are, what we do, what we believe in, and how we do it. So you ready? And I'm not going to do it in a super loud, super crazy, super high energy voice. I actually want to do it in a very intimate kind of way. And we'll actually do it together. You ready? And let me grab a quick drink. Give me a second. A quick sip.
By the way, Sifu, while you grab that sip before we start this, some people are asking what is in Discord, the text rooms 1, 2, and 3. Dana will explain after we finish reading the creed.
Okay, so I would leave the PowerPoint on then.
Yes, please, Sifu.
Okay. High income copywriter creed. I wake up every day with gratitude in my heart and a burning desire to make my dreams come true. I refused to procrastinate on my vision. I don't wait for someday. I make things happen today. I have the skill set to move people into action and the power to move people into better lives. I operate from a place of prosperity and abundance. I'm constantly striving to become a better version of myself while being grateful for how far I've come. I focus on solutions, not problems. I don't make excuses, I create results. I attack my goals with conviction and absolute confidence. Challenges and setbacks do not faze me. They're part of the journey, and I overcome them with ease. I'm part of an elite community who has my back through thick and thin. I know that everyone is moving forward together, then success will take care of itself. The purpose of my learning is mastery. I focus on sharpening and improving my copywriting skills each and every day. I'm a student of human psychology and behavior. I only use my powers for good. I'm the captain of my ship and master of my destiny. I'm in full control of my life, and I won't let anyone hold me down. I am in charge of how much I earned. I get paid based on results. The more revenue I generate, the more money I make. I am the silent rainmaker. I have a skill I can be proud of and depend on to feed my family and loved ones until the day I die. I write my own destiny. And let's say this 3 times. My name is, and I am a high income copywriter. And my name is, and I am a high income copywriter. And my name is, and I am a high income copywriter. Great job. Great job. Great job. I think, Desmond, are you announcing that if students have questions, we set up a few rooms that they can
That is
go
correct.
on?
Dana, if you can just explain to them how those rooms are going to work, that would be fantastic.
Yes,
And
definitely.
go ahead, Dana.
Yes, I was just going to explain them, but if you are going to say something before that, then go
No,
ahead.
I'm just so excited. I want to, congratulate. I'm with you in all of this, everyone. So congratulations, Han, as well. Congratulations, Victor Din. Congratulations, Dat, James. I mean, the list is coming out. I can't type fast enough for all of you, but well done. Looking forward to seeing you in the Copy Academy. And Dana, take it away.
Yes, definitely. Now, as you can see within Discord, we have created some rooms for you. So as you can see, there are 3 voice rooms and 3 text rooms. So if you have any questions in those rooms are closers. So right now you still have time to go in those rooms and ask the questions that you want to ask. So if you're in voice room 1, then you can use text room 1 to communicate, ask questions, whatever you want. Just make sure that we are staying engaged, even though it's graduation, we still keep engaged and ask questions. Now is the time, and now they are here.
And we might have the bonus class 8.
Yes, it's looking good right now, Sifu. The attendance
Class
is looking
8.
really good, but we don't want to give them too much hope, right?
Class 8. So any questions, just ask the team, and Sifu's team has volunteered the time just to help you to answer any questions that you might have about Copy Academy, about anything that you're looking for.
Yes.
And I just want to share one story with you before I go. When I met Alan, when I met him at the hotel, when I asked him to be my mentor, when I stalked him for a month, when he finally agreed to take me on, not in a million years, my wildest imagination, I thought I would learn a skill. I didn't know what copywriting is. I had no clue. And he would become my mentor. And being with him for 1 year, if it wasn't for health reasons, I would still be with him because of health reasons. He had to shut down his company. And being able to finally find someone who believes in me and gave me a chance to get out of the mess, the debt that I was in. Just a shot. That was all I was looking for, a shot, right? A chance to prove myself that I could do this, that I could make something happen. And not a million years ago, I ever imagined learning that skill set, that 1 year, how that lays a foundation in my life for everything that I do now. The copy, that skill, all these years, using nothing but really creativity, the power of the written words, Sifu's copywriting skill, selling over 100 million. Can you imagine a poor immigrant boy, $100 million worth of product and services? And I couldn't pay my bills. From that, by having that skill set. I never thought, not in a million, it would be this transformational. I thought I'll learn something. I learned something. I make a little bit of money. I didn't even thought about making money. I was just like, I want to learn from him. And being able to use only grow my own companies, group of companies, to be able to share my message with the world, to have you, right, as my student, to have students from all over the world. Like, see, we cannot express how grateful that I am, that just the gratitude, I'm a very, very lucky man. And I recognize that, to be able to do what I love, live life my own terms, to have awesome, like I tell like all my business friends all the time, like I have some pretty, like my students, they are like awesome people. They're just like great people, right? Like I see I see your Facebook, but they're just good people, right? And then like I get to teach, I get to share, I got to transfer my knowledge and pass down the torch and utilize the resources I have to really put together things that I would not be able to afford when I was getting started, but now I could, to do it for you, to do it for others. I'm just happy. I'm very happy that we go through this together. As we get busier, as if we get busier and busier, I promise myself, I would always block out a certain amount of time to teach, because that's my passion, right? But as we grow, at time it becomes an issue, right? Don't be surprised. There may be some days if you say, you know what, maybe all the students I have, I would just teach you, and I just don't take on more students. Don't be surprised. That day would come, I can tell you that. I think just to give attention and care for the students we have, I'm not. Steve, you don't know this. I just finished investing in a company, which it's a pretty big deal, right? And we're doing another acquisition just as we speak. So like the business stuff takes a lot of time, but I don't want to take away my time that I cannot teach. So I'm committed to the students I have now to really share my gifts with you. And hopefully when you stay with me long enough that you can learn, hopefully not 1%, but maybe 5, 10, 20% from me that you can use for the rest of your life to really build a legacy for you and for your family, then I'm happy. So I just want to say I love you. I believe in you. I believe in you more than you believe in yourself. And I appreciate you being here, allowing me to express my gift to the highest degree, to be able to do what I do. And I will demonstrate through my action that I care about you, I care about your well-being, that I want to see you succeed. So go out there, make people proud, and remember, you write your own destiny.